Si ça gêne, voilà, je te laisse. Si ça gêne, voilà.
Dear colleagues, please be seated. The Grand Duke of Luxembourg will be soon with us. The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, I want to remind you that if you want to take the floor first, you have to insert your badge before taking the floor, and then press the button, wait for a couple of seconds, and begin to speak. The Grand Duke of Luxembourg is about to enter the room.
Leurs Altesses royales, le Grand-Duc et la Grande-Duchesse de Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is now my honor to welcome among us in this chamber His Royal Highness, the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, and Her Royal Highness, the Grand Duchess of Luxembourg. Royal Highnesses, your presence today as your country, a founding member of the Council of Europe, is so successfully chairing the Committee of Ministers for the 8th time, is a clear symbol of your deep attachment to our European fundamental values and principles, and a gesture for which I would like to sincerely thank you. The priorities chosen by the Presidency of Luxembourg are clearly in line with the core values of the Council of Europe. Rule of law and democracy, championing joint standards and policies as key levers against democratic backsliding and increasing threats in Europe. Living together, fostering mutual respect and understanding in our diverse societies. Culture, sport, and heritage, vectors for promoting human rights. These are challenging goals on which you can rest assured that the Parliamentary Assembly stands together with your country. In particular, the annual meeting of the Committee of Ministers in Luxembourg in May 20 and 25 will be a good time to take stock of progress 2 years on from the Reykjavik Summit of Heads of States and Governments. Without further ado, I have the honor, Your Royal Highness, to give you the floor.
Mr. President, Monsieur le Président,
President, Secretary General, parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Addressing the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is always a great honour, as well as a source of great joy. It's a joy made all the greater because I'm addressing you in the framework of the Luxembourg presidency of the Committee of Ministers. I'm incredibly fond of this organisation, which embodies the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My country, Luxembourg, which is one of the founding states of this organisation, shares and defends these values. Today, more so than ever, we need this institution, which represents a key component for multilateralism and for building peace in Europe. During my reign, I've been to this prestigious venue on very many occasions. Most recently, for instance, last November, at the ceremony to mark the 25th anniversary of the institution of the Human Rights Commissioner. My dear wife, the Grand Duchess, spoke here a fortnight ago at the session of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. She addressed a subject which is very close to her heart and which is crucial to the actions of this organisation: combating wartime sexual violence against women. And this through her association, Stand, Speak, Rise Up. Tragically, this never-ending story is testimony to the very deep imbalance there is in our societies. The first time I addressed your distinguished assembly was back in April 2002, not long after I took over from my father, the Grand Duke Jean, when Luxembourg had just had its last presidency of the Committee of Ministers. I also came back to see you on the 29th of September 2015, at the time when my fellow Luxembourger, Anne Brasseur, had the presidency of your assembly. With the 8th presidency of Luxembourg of the Council of Europe drawing to a close, I am only a few months from the end of my reign. In October of this year, after more than a quarter of a century spent at the head of my country, I will be passing on the reins to my son, Prince Guillaume, who's been helping me for the past 6 months in his role as Lieutenant Representative. The future Grand Duke already knows the Council of Europe very well, and I'm sure that he will be very keen to continue to foster this special relationship that Luxembourg has with your organisation. From 2000 to 2025, my reign has therefore coincided with two separate presidencies of Luxembourg. Or should I say that it was these presidencies that coincided with my reign? The values that the Council of Europe has been championing for 75 years are sources of inspiration for anyone with political or institutional responsibilities. These precious values have no doubt guided me throughout these years. President, ladies and gentlemen, similar to other regional and international organizations, the Council of Europe is seeing huge political and societal challenges against a backdrop characterized by democratic backsliding, geopolitical tensions, or even confirmed cases of non-compliance with judgments handed down by the European Court of Human Rights. The most dreadful trial is, without doubt, the return of war to our continent, a war of aggression triggered by Russia, and that Ukraine and its people are still suffering from today. For more than 3 years, the nation of Ukraine is fighting for its right to exist. The Council of Europe and its member states took action and are standing shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian friends. Indeed, in 2022, the Council of Europe was able to prove its relevance through the measures it took. There was an immediate rejection of the Russian aggressor. In view of the blatant violations of the principles and values that bring us all together here today, any leniency or compromise in the name of a policy of dialogue or appeasement had become impossible. The speed and clarity of the decision taken within the Parliamentary Assembly and within the Committee of Ministers are to the credit of this organization. The fourth summit of heads of state and government in May 2023 in Reykjavik was able to breathe new life into this organization and to help it adapt to the new challenges by creating, for instance, the Register of Damage for Ukraine. The Council of Europe has shown the path towards accountability and the rejection of impunity. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Union of Europeans, through the Council of Europe and later on the European Union, is part of the most remarkable political achievements in the history of mankind. Together, we've been able to build this project of peace in Europe. Let's not forget this. Let's be proud of this, and let us draw from this extraordinary success story the necessary strength and courage to face the new difficulties that lie before us. The climate crisis is continuing to alert us on the importance of taking care of our environment and our planet, both for us and for future generations. But other more immediate concerns are running the risk of distracting our attention from this, such as the daily concerns, the fear of future, and the sounds of war. Although it may be difficult to say so, we shouldn't listen to those who say that exclusion, egoism, discrimination, rejecting truth and facts represents the answer to all our concerns, because solutions to remedy this are within our grasp. Yes, for more than 75 years, the Council of Europe has been a powerful ally. It's transformed Europe into a continent of law and has been able to forge unique cooperation between our countries. As the oldest post-war organization, the only genuinely pan-European organization, it has shaped Europe to become a continent predicated on peace, social and societal development, all the while ensuring the fundamental respect for human dignity. The actions taken by Euro Assembly, in cooperation with the Committee of Ministers, means the Council of Europe has become a watchful, active and committed organisation, calling us to order when need be. But it can't act instead of us. It needs these actions to be passed on, to be implemented, and most importantly of all, to be respected by its member states. And this is what our presidency has been striving to do. For Luxembourg, the framework of the rule of law and democracy is of paramount importance and must continually be strengthened to avoid any risk of backsliding. Fundamental values are not abstract parameters. They need to apply in the real life. And it's for this reason that living together between nations and between individuals is crucial. And this showing tolerance, kindness, and openness, in particular towards the most vulnerable of people. Lastly, let's not forget culture. It's often neglected, but it's ever so important. Through culture, we need to remind ourselves what we are and what characterizes us. It's precisely this humanism, shaped over centuries, that inspires our deep need for connection and sharing. Culture, through artistic creation, is a very powerful tool for passing on, underlining, and if need be, defending our fundamental values. President, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure you've understood, my enthusiasm for the Council of Europe has never waned. This presidency gives me the opportunity to speak one last time as a head of state. The tragedies of the first half of the 20th century led to the creation of international structures such as the United Nations, the Council of Europe and the European Union to preserve peace and international security, and also to promote social progress and to defend human rights. Let us keep believing in ourselves. Let us keep recognizing our achievements. Let us make them an integral part of our collective conscience. Together, with institutions such as the Council of Europe, we will manage to overcome these obstacles without reneging on, without losing the values that are our strength. Thank you very much indeed.
Your Royal Highness, your presence is encouraging and strengthening us. Your excellent political analysis on international issues, disputes and challenges of our era are heard by your audience, ambassadors, colleagues, Secretary General, with great respect. You've pinpointed the word dignity, and this is the core of the Council of Europe. Your enthusiasm is our enthusiasm. Thank you for visiting us. Thank you. Xavier, bye-bye. Dear colleagues, I remind you that this morning we approved a change in the agenda for tomorrow, Thursday, the 10th of April. The debate on legal aspects of the accession of the European Union to the European Convention on Human Rights will now take place at the end of tomorrow morning's sitting. The next item of business this afternoon is a debate under urgent procedure on the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul and the state of democracy and human rights in Turkey, document 16151, presented by Lord Blencathra on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. In order to finish by 5:30, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I now call Lord Blencathra, co-rapporteur.
There is a point of order.
Oh, sorry, Lord Blencathra, there is a point of order. Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I want to please consider my vote in favor of the draft resolution, draft convention, which voted on the morning, the respect for rule of law and fight against corruption within the Council of Europe. Please note for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. It is noted, and the change you have asked will be done. So, I now call Lord Blencathra, co-rapporteur. You know that you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, my colleague and joint rapporteur, Stefan Schennach, sends his profuse apologies. He has been elected leader of his party group and has had to return to Austria to participate in a debate in Parliament. He is in complete agreement with this report. On Monday, the Assembly decided to hold an urgent debate on the detention of the Mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, and the state of democracy and human rights in Turkey, and we are honoured to be appointed as rapporteurs and table this draft resolution. Of course, the Assembly's Bureau had immediately criticised the arrest on the day Mr. İmamoğlu was arrested. He was arrested on charges of corruption and aiding terrorism, alongside 106 other people, including the district mayors of Sicily and Beylikdüzü, and other local officials, politicians, journalists and businessmen. On the 23rd of March, he was placed in pre-trial detention on corruption charges, alongside other 47 suspects, and he and the other mayors were removed from office. Mr. İmamoğlu's arrest came just 4 days before he was due to be nominated by the main opposition party as the presidential candidate for the 2028 elections. In addition, on the 18th of March, Istanbul University suddenly revoked Mr. İmamoğlu's university degree, which under the Turkish constitution is a prerequisite for running for the country's presidency. Now, we consider that this Assembly should strongly condemn these decisions, which appear politically motivated and aim to intimidate the opposition, stifle pluralism and limit freedom of political debate. The arrest of Mr. İmamoğlu triggered an unprecedented wave of largely peaceful mass protests of mainly young people across the country, particularly in Istanbul, Ankara and Izmir. People have been protesting despite a blanket ban on demonstrations imposed by the authorities. A protest in Istanbul on the 29th of March gathered around 2.2 million people, according to the organisers. The events surrounding the protest, colleagues, are also very worrying. There are reports that the police used pepper spray, stun grenades, plastic bullets and water cannons against the demonstrators, causing injuries. According to the Ministry of the Interior, almost 2,000 people were arrested and over 300 detained. Numerous protesters also reported that they'd been beaten or otherwise ill-treated during protests or while in custody, and were also dismayed by the fact that President Erdogan described legitimate protests as street terrorism. Moreover, we're very worried about reports of physical attacks against journalists whilst covering the protests and about their arrest and detention. At least 20 local journalists were physically assaulted by the police or protesters while covering the protests, and at least 10 of them were detained. Foreign media journalists were also targeted. On 27th March, a British journalist from the BBC, Mr. Mark Lowen, was expelled on grounds of a threat to public order. And on 28th March, a Swedish journalist, Mr. Joakim Medin, was arrested upon his arrival in Turkey and is now detained on terrorism-related charges. We also deplore the widespread restrictions on the right to receive and impart information about the protests. The authorities imposed administrative fines and or temporary suspensions of up to 10 days on some independent television channels covering the protests. In addition, for almost 2 days after Mr. Imamoglu's arrest, access to major social media and messaging applications, including X, Instagram, Facebook and WhatsApp, was temporarily restricted in Istanbul, with reported bandwidth restrictions and numerous accounts in Turkey blocked or made unavailable. During these 2 days, the internet was almost unusable. So we conclude, colleagues, that this Assembly should strongly condemn the arrest and detention of Mr. Imamoglu and the worrying events surrounding it, especially as Turkey is a long-standing member of the Council of Europe and an important actor in ensuring security, stability and peace in Europe. Now, some of the concerns we note today, unfortunately, are not new. For the last few years, there has been a pattern of arrests and detentions on spurious charges, including terrorism-related offences, of anyone who might become a challenger to President Erdogan and or criticises the government. It seems that the definition of aiding terrorism extends to legitimate calls for democratic change. This Assembly and our committees have already voiced concerns about the independence of the judiciary and prosecution services in Turkey, and also the politicised composition of the Council of Judges and Prosecutors. We have repeatedly asked Turkey to implement the European Court of Human Rights judgments in the cases of Osman Kavala and others who are detained on politically motivated charges. In paragraph 11 of the draft resolution, we list the requirements we ask of the Turkish government, and we propose that the Assembly insists that Turkey upholds and promotes the democratic values of the Council of Europe, the rule of law and human rights, and implements all the recommendations of the Assembly and the Venice Commission. Moreover, the Assembly should urge the authorities of Turkey to release Mr. Imamoglu immediately and drop all unfounded charges against him and others involved in this same investigation. The authorities should also take all necessary measures to repeal the decision of the Istanbul University to revoke Mr. Imamoglu's university degree. Colleagues, the revocation was obviously a political ploy to prevent him from being a candidate. Other recommendations contained in the draft resolution refer to the situation of protesters and restrictions to freedom of assembly and freedom of expression. As a state party to the European Convention on Human Rights, Turkey should respect these rights, which are fundamental to the conduct of public debate in a well-functioning democracy. Thus, we submit the authorities should, in particular, avoid the use of disproportionate force against protesters, release all those who have been detained on unfounded charges, ensure the effective investigation into cases of violence and other human rights violations by law enforcement bodies, and respect the rights of journalists and media workers, and remove all restrictions on the right to receive and impart information on the protests. We say that this Assembly should also call on all the authorities to ensure the right to a fair trial by an independent and impartial court, that is respected in the case of Mr. Imamoglu and all the other persons prosecuted in this investigation. Political persecution should cease and the reform of the judicial system should be carried out without delay. And we call on the authorities to implement all the Venice Commission and Assembly's recommendations on reforming the electoral framework, which would ensure genuine, free and fair elections. And finally, colleagues, since we live in unprecedented times, we suggest that this Assembly, which has not done this before, should call on all Council member states to condemn the arrest and detention of Mr. Imamoglu and the subsequent reprisals against demonstrations. I commend our report to the committee.
Thank you, Lord Brencathra. In the debate, I call first speakers on behalf of political groups, and from the European People's Party, Maria Sirengela.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. What we are witnessing in Türkiye is a profound challenge to democratic principles. Journalists silenced, judges dismissed, opposition leaders jailed, civil society crushed. Every day, the rule of law is being dismantled, brick by brick. This is not about isolated abuse. It is systemic, it is strategic, and it raises serious concerns. The arrest of Ekrem İmamoğlu, just days after becoming the presidential candidate of the democratic opposition, is not justice. It appears to be a calculated act of political sabotage. A challenger removed not by the will of voters, but by a courtroom bent to the will of power. His disqualification through the revocation of an academic degree is not legal and raises ethical questions. The mass ban on demonstrations and the arrest of journalists, students, and peaceful citizens are an assault on the very essence of our freedoms. President Erdogan calls peaceful protests street terrorism. But let me ask, since when is democracy a threat? Since when is hope a crime? 2 million people marched not just for İmamoğlu, but for a Türkiye that is free, pluralistic, and just. They believe in Europe, and the question is, do we believe in them? Dear President, dear colleagues, we know that the Council of Europe is not a substitute for national governments. We do not command armies, nor do we enforce laws at the barrel of a gun. But we are something else, something still powerful. We are the largest coalition of the willing on this continent, committed to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Today, we stand in solidarity with the people of Türkiye. We must make sure they know that we see them, we hear them, and we stand with them. In the name of these people, we must ensure that no European government or citizen is unaware of the serious human rights concerns arising from Ankara's actions. We need to stand up and do everything in our power to encourage a Türkiye that embraces democratic principles and respects the voices of its people. That is why our group stands firmly behind this report under urgent procedure, because silence is not neutrality. Silence is complicity. Thank you.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Marcos Curia.
Grazie. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I would like to tell our Turkish friends an Italian proverb that says, you can't fit one foot into two shoes. The time has come for choices. Choices as to where Turkey's position is. Does Turkey want to be a guide for the Islamic and Muslim world, the Arab and Muslim world? And when President Erdogan said at the end of Ramadan that the power of Islam will kill the Israeli state, at the same time, does it want to stick to its own identity, its own religions, its own traditions? It can do that while choosing the path of Europe. This would mean making a definitive choice for democracy, the rule of law, and secular states. We see that in any capital in Europe, any authorities who would arrest a mayor or a journalist, this would only be done, could only be done under the principle of the rule of law. It's always important to remember that your own ideas don't have absolute value. They don't apply to everybody. They can't be forced on others, and that a point of view which differs from your own is not less majesty, nor is it an insult to religion. It's simply a different idea. What's wonderful, what's beautiful about democracy is that we can compare, we can confront ideas. Sometimes it's one person's ideas which win, sometimes it's somebody else's. And those whose ideas lose shouldn't shout conspiracy, or they shouldn't try to cancel elections. Nor indeed should they try to make life difficult for their rivals, in many cases leaning on the organs and institutes of the state. This is something which, for a long time now, hasn't been possible in the European Union. Democracy is a serious endeavour. It enables us to guarantee freedom for our people and our societies. Once again, One foot in two shoes makes life difficult. It's important to try to ensure you have your foot in the right shoe so as to walk in a good straight line. Thank you.
On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo. Beatrice.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'm speaking to you today with a sense of gravity because the current situation in Turkey, and more specifically in Istanbul, is a wake-up call for anyone who believes in democracy, the rule of law, and the freedom of expression. Regardless of our political affiliation, what we are witnessing here, unfolding before our eyes, is unacceptable. The democratically elected mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, is now in prison. His lawyer was also arrested and then released. Not only is an elected representative in prison, he is also being stripped of his university qualifications, and attempts are being made to prevent his defence team from expressing their views. But even worse, he's been deprived of the right to stand freely for election. This is tantamount to deliberate authoritarian drift. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind people what democracy is. It is not a regime where the winner of an election crushes the others, not a system where justice is exploited to silence opponents. A democracy worthy of its name should guarantee pluralism, freedom of opinion, freedom of association, the independence of institutions, and, above all, respect for human rights. These are sacred principles on which the entire edifice of the Council of Europe is predicated, and which are the object of all our work. But beyond this political arrest, which has sparked an outcry among the population, there have been many other arrests, including journalists, teachers, NGO leaders working to protect LGBTI rights. All have been accused of terrorism. It gets you thinking. Unfortunately, when the opposition is being treated as criminals, when the media is being muzzled, when journalists are being harassed, when demonstrators are being repressed in the street, it's more than just a simple setback to democracy. Turkey is a member state of the Council of Europe. As such, it has commitments, obligations. They are not optional. They are a contract, and this contract is being broken today. Turkey has undertaken to abide by the European Convention on Human Rights. Today it is violating the most basic principles of this convention. We cannot pretend that nothing has happened. What is at stake in Istanbul is a fight for the democratic survival of a country that still has aspirations to join the European Union. It's also a fight to ensure that the people have a choice and can make their own choice, whatever it may be, in complete freedom of opinion. And it's also a test for us, members of this assembly. Do we still have the courage to defend our democratic values in the face of abuses, even when they come from close partners? Because yes, democracy presupposes rights, freedoms, a respected opposition, a free press, an independent judiciary, and free elections. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the United European Left, George Lukaidis.
President, dear colleagues, the recent arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, alongside many others, is not an isolated development. It is the latest step in a long and well-documented pattern of democratic erosion in Turkey. Mr. İmamoğlu, a democratically elected leader with broad popular support, is now being targeted through a judiciary that has repeatedly been criticized for its lack of independence. Let us remember that this is not the first time an elected official has faced such treatment. Dozens of opposition mayors, particularly from HDP and then DEM party, have been dismissed and replaced by government-appointed trustees since 2019. Furthermore, since the last elections in March 2024 alone, 13 elected mayors have been removed from office from CHP and DEM party, from the opposition. Former HDP HDP co-leaders Selahattin Demirtas and Osman Kavala remain in prison despite rulings of the European Court of Human Rights demanding their immediate and unconditional release. We have repeatedly warned of this decline in Resolution 2121 of 2016, in which this Assembly reintroduced the monitoring procedure for Turkey. That was the first time in the history of this organization, citing serious concerns over separation of powers and respect for fundamental rights. In Resolution 2319 of 2020, we called again for the immediate release of Osman Kavala. And in Resolution 2459 of 2022, we made it explicit. Turkey's failure to comply with the court's rulings could and should lead to the triggering of the complementary joint procedure. Yet, here we are in 2025, and not only have those warnings been ignored by Turkish authorities, but the situation has continued to deteriorate. Media pluralism has all but vanished. Peaceful protest is met with repression. The judiciary is under clear political control, and most recently the massive protests following Imamoglu's arrest have been met with brutal police force. Dear colleagues, we must ask ourselves what is the cost of continued inaction. If we do not respond meaningfully to this deep and ongoing democratic backsliding, we risk undermining the credibility of the Council of Europe and the principles we are meant to defend. The aim should be to ensure that Turkish authorities are held accountable and reminded of their obligations under the Convention. If we want to safeguard the credibility of this organization, then we must initiate the complementary joint procedure, not as punishment, but as a necessary step toward restoring the rule of law and democratic standards in a member state of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
On behalf of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, the leader of the group, Frank Schwabe.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, the situation of democracy, human rights and the rule of law in Turkey is deteriorating since many years. We have numerous judgments, verdicts of the court, and Turkey didn't implement it and don't implement it in the case of Kavala and Demirtas, but a lot of others. There was some hope in the last months, I would say, and we try to recognize this hope. Our rapporteurs could visit Mr. Kavala, Demirtas as well. There is this kind of reconciliation process in the Kurdish question, for sure. But now we have a fundamentally new situation. I don't see any hope today. I was the chair of the election observation mission in the last elections, presidential and parliamentarian elections. And for sure we saw a situation that there was no preparation for fair elections. But there was still the hope and the idea in Turkey that through elections you could change something in the country. And this is a new situation, that Mr. Erdogan and others destroy this hope in the country. I welcome that we are not just concerned about the situation. We are very clear. We ask to release the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, and I would like to thank the co-rapporteurs, Lord Bencastra and Stefan Cenach, for this very clear message. The Council of Europe, this Council of Europe must send a clear message. Europe must send a clear message. So I welcome that the European Union cancel the visits in the next weeks in Turkey. Paris decided to give the honorary citizenship to Ekrem İmamoğlu. Our Secretary General announced that he will go to Turkey and maybe to Ankara in the next weeks. We expect that he should not go to Ankara, or if he goes, he should send our clear message that we ask for the release of Ekrem İmamoğlu, not just of him. We ask for the release of those young people who are imprisoned, now just demonstrating. We ask at the end to change the decision on the reconciliation of the diploma of Ekrem İmamoğlu. This is a Council of Europe. This is an organization who cares for human rights and the rule of law. And an example we saw in a written declaration on the 24th September 1998. Maybe I should quote it fast. We, the undersigned, condemn this decision and this treatment of the elected mayor of a city with a population of 10 million euro. Some members of all groups signed it. One of them was Emanuelis Zingeres. And do you know who was the mayor of Istanbul this time? It was Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So we ask for this release, Now we ask for the release of a mayor who was 2 times, in fact 3 times elected, and he's leading in the polls, and this is not a crime. So we have to make a clear message, release Ekrem İmamoğlu. Thank you very much.
Azadero Jan is next.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. As General Rapporteur on political prisoners, I would like to take this moment not to repeat the facts about the situation in Turkey, which has already been addressed, but to offer a broader reflection on what is at stake when we speak of political prisoners, such as Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu in a Council of Europe member state such as Turkey. This is not only about one individual case. It is about a dangerous erosion of the fundamental distinction between legitimate dissent and criminal conduct. It is about how the machinery of justice can be turned into a tool of repression, where expressing a political opinion, representing an opposition party, or simply winning an election can become grounds for imprisonment. When we, as a parliamentarian assembly, speak of political prisoners, we do not do so lightly. The definition is clear. These are individuals deprived of liberty, not because they have broken the law in any just sense, but because they have challenged power peacefully, democratically, and lawfully. Dear colleagues, when elected officials such as Mr. İmamoğlu are removed, when peaceful protests lead to mass arrest, and when opposition voices are silenced under vague and shifting accusations, these are not isolated incidents. Taken together, they reveal a pattern of the systematic behavior of those who fear the ballot box more than they fear betraying democratic principles. So, we, as this assembly, must ask ourselves, are we using all tools at our disposal? And are we demonstrating our strong political will to challenge these systematic behaviors that is going on around Europe? Because political imprisonment anywhere within our membership undermines the credibility of our shared values everywhere. If we fail to respond, we send a message that our principles are negotiable. We must therefore remain committed to sustained long-term scrutiny and to supporting those who have no voice left within their own institutions. We need to be the voice of Mr. İmamoğlu and other political prisoners, such as we once were for Mr. Erdogan, such as my dear friend Mr. Peter Schwab has mentioned. Let us remember, political imprisonment is not only an abuse of the individual, it is a signal of democratic breakdown, and it is our duty to respond before silence becomes complicity. Thank you.
I don't know if Frank likes to be renamed as Peter, like Peter Omtzigt, but it's okay. I think that he accepted it with pleasure. So, Ioannis, no problem, Azadero. Ioannis Οικονόμου next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, τις τελευταίες μέρες ήρθαν στο προσκήνιο με τον πλέον εμφατικό τρόπο.
Thank you, President. In recent years, we've seen rising and constant concerns about human rights and democracy in Turkey. This time round, the mayor of Istanbul was deprived of his powers on the basis of corruption charges. So we could spend hours debating the reasons for these charges, but I would like to talk about facts. The fact that an elected official is no longer able to run for office is something which should be worrying all of us. Similarly, his incarceration throwing into prison of a well-known politician, the fact that his university diploma was revoked, which meant that he was no longer entitled to run for office. These are happenings which are simply not compatible with Europe. But what's been happening in Turkey is not just a one-off, nor is it unusual. This is why it's important that we respond. We must respond immediately. However, I don't want to be pessimistic. I don't think that our actions will bring about any consequences. In all the cases, including that of the Mayor of Istanbul, but the same applies to issues such as democracy and compliance with international law, Turkey is obstinate. It continues to stick to its chosen route. Who could have imagined what would have happened with Cyprus? Who could have imagined the threat of war against Greece if Greece were to exercise its sovereignty over the Aegean? Or recent events with Turkey, with Israel. And Turkey is tolerant, if not directly supportive, of terrorist organizations such as Hamas. Ladies and gentlemen, all this demonstrates that our behavior as Europeans towards Turkey should not be undermined by naivety. The İmamoğlu case is a clear reminder that as long as Turkey refuses to budge, we should take a fresh look at its position in Europe, and we should keep Europe firmly close to it.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, first of all, it saddens me greatly that Turkey's name is being brought up in an undemocratic context. In this context, I would like to comment on the issues surrounding the arrest of Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu and many other political figures and the protesters. What makes the arrest of Mr. İmamoğlu dubious is that the allegations and the arrests were made just a couple of days before his formal announcement of candidacy in the next presidential elections. This resulted in a majority of people in Turkey and the world being unconvinced that the allegations against him would be dealt with in a fair trial. All these actions are politically motivated to seek the elimination of rivals and aimed at silencing any political opposition. I would also like to comment on the main cause of these situations. As we all know, democracy is protected by the separation of legislative, executive, and judiciary powers. However, with 2017 referendum in Turkey, the constitution was changed. Following the 2018 elections, new presidential system took over the existing parliamentary system, allowing the newly elected president to become not just the head of government, but the head of whole state, with exclusive powers. Under this new system, all legislations began to be made in the presidential palace, leaving parliament ineffective and powerless. Executive governing bodies have also been assigned to operate under the power of president, as all ministers, governors, diplomats, rectors, and others who are appointed solely by their loyalty to the party and the president, rather than on their merits and experiences. All the heads and the boards of the judicial system are also appointed directly or indirectly by president, turning the state-run system into presidential fan club, operated by one voice only. Any rivalry person or bodies attempting to challenge this authority and the system are quickly eliminated using the presidential powers. So the system is the cause, and the arrests, civil unrest happening in Turkey at present is the result. Solution is to change this authoritarian presidential system back to the democratic parliamentary system. Should the system continue as it is currently, Turkey will move from one autocratic regime to another. As a nation that has built its republic on the pillars of democracy over 100 years, I firmly believe that liberty and democracy will prevail over over autocracy in Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Petra Bayer. You have the floor.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed, President. I must confess, if I look at what's happening in Turkey, then I have to say that I'm beginning to despair. I despair because one thing is clear, that judiciary is being used for political means, it's being misused for political reasons, and it's also being used to silence so many opponents. I'm in despair because the results of democratic elections once and once again are being ignored and flouted because mayors are being replaced by trustees. I'm in despair because Turkey, for very many years, in fact, has not been adhering to the rules of the game that we all follow. For many years, Turkey has not been abiding by very important judgments handed down by the European Court of Human Rights. It's been ignoring them, quite simply, with the effect that protection for human rights is not being guaranteed to everyone in Turkey. And I'm in despair because there's a complementary joint procedure which needs to be given clear thought to, because I'm not quite sure what other means of pressure we have. I'm also in despair because I can see what's happening with regard to the President of Turkey. He's making moves in which human rights are not being properly respected, and withdrawing from important tools such as the Istanbul Convention. And Turkey, more and more so, is moving towards authoritarian structures. And I'm in even more despair when I look at what's happening on the streets. Young people are taking to the streets to protest against exactly what's happening, that they want to have free and fair and peaceful elections, and they're being cleared from the streets, they're being arrested. And I'm really shocked when I just hear that female protesters are being arrested and sexual violence is being used against them as well. And I'm also in despair when I see that the economic situation in Turkey for so many Turkish people is becoming more and more difficult to bear. The rate of inflation, which is being published, is in fact much higher than what's been published, and people are no longer in a position to know how they can make ends meet. And what I find very disquieting indeed is that for everyone, the actions of the Turkish regime are being covered by the other side of the Atlantic from Trump's regime, and that's ever so disquieting. I'd like to express my solidarity for everyone who's affected by this. People going to the street, Mr. Imamoglu, people who are standing for peace, for democracy, for the rule of law in Turkey. And I certainly hope that the message we're going to be sending to Turkey will be a very strong one, a stronger one than what we've sent up to now, because things need to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Georgios Stamatis. You have the floor. You need to put your card into to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι,
Dear colleagues, Turkey is one of the longest-standing members of the Council of Europe since 1949. In other words, over the last 75 years, Turkey should have understood clearly its role within this assembly. Today, within the assembly, in its committees, we have Turkish colleagues who fight to defend human rights for everybody. So I think we're obliged to support them. We hear declarations, comments, but we don't really know what the real reason, the real cause for this is. We know perfectly well that Turkey has occupied after invading a state which is also a member state of the Council of Europe. I'm talking about Cyprus. We all know perfectly well that Turkey has a casus belli against another member state of the Council of Europe and the European Union, Greece. Turkey is a country which cooperates with the Russians against Ukraine. If we look on a map of the world, we can see countries where Turkey has sent troops. Moreover, Turkey is also a country which imprisons its opponents. The problem is that because of its leadership, because of Erdogan, Turkey has chosen to take a road which we in this chamber don't share. Turkey has now become something quite different. It's not enough simply not to send a representative. We need to decide where we're going, where we want to go. The democratic face of Turkey is now in the street. We ratified the Istanbul Convention, a treaty which is extremely important for women, but the country in which it was signed is not party to that convention. So we talk about human rights, but the fact is, in Turkey, if somebody disagrees with President Erdogan, they might end up in prison. So we support young people. We support those out demonstrating for democracy. We support those who believe in what we believe in. And I'm delighted that we have Turkish colleagues here in this assembly who are ardent defenders of human rights. So we then have to choose our way forward on the question of Turkey.
Speaker will be Madame Bölök-Gören. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The rule of law, democracy, justice, equality before the law. I've lost count of the number of times we've mentioned all these concepts in our assembly. However, when talking about Türkiye, I do regret that some of our colleagues seem to think the application of these concepts should be varied from one country to the next. An independent and impartial judiciary is one of the key elements, the most important element of a democratic rule, a state ruled by governed by the rule of law. I think it's against the founding principles of the Council that Turkey is being so severely criticised for an investigation that was launched following denunciations made by its citizens and which has still not yet been finalised. At one of our sessions today, we discussed the importance of combating corruption. Why is combating corruption considered something that's normal in France or in other member states, whereas in Turkey there's some prejudice that it's a political fight? We should remind ourselves that no one is above the law. Public officials are equal and accountable for the law. Corruption allegations by elected officials abusing their powers, one of the most important questions that we need to carry out investigation on for the future of each country. As points out Resolution 1943 of our Assembly, which dates back to 2013, corruption jeopardizes the proper functioning of public institutions and turns public action away from its objective, which is to serve the general interest. The mayor in question is the mayor of my constituency, Istanbul. If my voters, whose votes have me elected and brought me here, are no longer entitled to the services that they're due to as a result of corruption, the people responsible for this should be held accountable before the law. Colleagues, elections in Turkey are held every 5 years. There's no rule or no regulation that states that candidates are appointed 2 or 3 years before the elections. This is why the statement that he's subject to the investigation because he is candidate for the presidency is not accurate. However, I would like to underline that the messages that caused the opening of this investigation did not come from members of the ruling party. The denunciations were sent to the prosecutor's office, and they were sent by members of the mayor's own party. I'd like to invite all of my colleagues to carry out some political soul-searching by answering the following questions themselves. Would you want a politician in your country to pursue his political career with a university degree that was issued using improper means and flouting the rights of millions of students? Would you stand for a situation in which a mayor within your country, rather than serving a city with 16 million inhabitants, were to use an alleged sum of 40 million euros for his own interests? Would you accept that these allegations are not brought before the courts? It's not hard to imagine what the answer would be. I want to express once again the fact that we will not stand for any foreign interference in this judicial proceeding, which is being carried out by the independent judiciary in Turkey based on combating corruption, and there's no political motive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Christophe Lacroix. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, goes beyond being a domestic affair for Turkey. It also raises essential questions for us. How is it possible that a member state of the Council of Europe, an organisation whose primary task is to defend human rights and democracy, so how can a state which is a member of our organisation, act in this way? Ekrem İmamoğlu, a mayor who was elected democratically, represents a choice of a different path in Turkey. And his arrest is based on no evidence whatsoever. It's clearly a political move designed to push aside a feared rival by depriving him and revoking his university diploma, which is a prerequisite for running for president. For many years now, many years, President Erdogan has been concentrating all the power in his hands while undermining counter-powers. And this is a stance which is profoundly incompatible with the position of Turkey, your own country, dear previous speakers, in the Council of Europe. Despite all of this, Turkish civil society refuses to give in. Hundreds of thousands of citizens have been going out and demonstrating peacefully. The only response to that from the authorities has been repression, with more than 1,900 arrests. We can no longer look away. Turkey is a partner, of course, but Turkey is a partner which has undertaken a commitment since 1949 to respect and uphold the principles of democracy and the rule of law. The time has come for us to remind Turkey of that commitment in no uncertain terms. We can't be arbitrary about this. Stop playing the victim, madam. It's most certainly not outside interference to remind you that the resolutions we've adopted, that judgments from the European Court of Human Rights have been overwhelming in their criticism of you. Overwhelming because you fail to respect the European Court of Human Rights. I would refer to that convention, and I would talk to our co-citizens from Turkey. Your struggle for democracy is also our struggle. So, President Erdogan, you can arrest a man, but you can't arrest an idea. History is on the side of the peoples, not those who deprive power and property. So, release Ekrem İmamoğlu, respect your commitments, and above all, allow the citizens, the men and women of Turkey, to decide freely as to what their future will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Sophie Amlo. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear President. The escalating developments in Turkey are both alarming and very dangerous. The Turkish regime brutality against peaceful protests and the mass arrests and attacks on journalists, activists and political opportunists shows that President Erdogan will not hesitate to use any means to crush all opposition. On March 19, over 100 people, including Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, were detained on charge of alleged corruption and terrorism in a crackdown that is considered politically motivated. The mayor of Istanbul and his party has strong popular support and is Erdogan's biggest opponent. It has now been over 2 weeks since Swedish journalist Joakim Medin was imprisoned in Turkey. He was there to report the last developments in the country and the large protest against the arrest of Istanbul mayor. Freedom of the press is cornerstone of every democracy. Silencing journalists is an attack of free speech on citizens' rights to independent reporting. The arrest of Joachim Medin is one example of worrying development in Turkey. The Turkish authorities need to account for what reason Joachim Medin is accused of, and if the Turkish authorities cannot do so, Joachim Medin must be released. I would like to quote Joachim Medin. Journalism is not a crime. Journalism is not a crime, not in any country. The outside world cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening in Turkey, but give the democracy forces our support and the promise that we will all defend democracy every day in true international solidarity. Now is the time to step forward, not backward. Now, no one is free until everyone is free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Sevim Dadilen. You have the floor. So, Ms. Dadilen is not present. Okay, thank you very much. Then we go to Mr. Amagan Kandan. You have the floor, please.
Dear colleagues, Türkiye is not an oil-rich Arab or Gulf country. Türkiye's richness comes from its founding principles and the dedication to secular democracy, rule of law, human rights, and freedom of speech. Türkiye has been a bridge between East and West for centuries, as its geography dictates. Both Europe and the Turkish people need a democratic Türkiye. History has proved in many occasions that as Türkiye gets more democratic and as the rule of law prevails, its economy grows and the living standards of people in Türkiye improve. We have supported the steps on the way towards democratization and the expansion of freedoms when were taken by the Turkish government. It is with those steps that paved the way towards fulfillment of the Copenhagen criteria and launch of the accession talks with the EU. Allow me to remind you that a Turkish MP, Mr. Çavuşoğlu, served as the president of this assembly for 2 years in those good days. Unfortunately, in the recent years, we have been witnessing setbacks regarding the state of democracy and the rule of law in Türkiye. Treatment of the opposition leaders and figures has been unjustifiably biased and skeptical. I want to believe that the rule of law and justice in Türkiye will prevail as soon as possible. I hope that the Turkish government will change its mind and make some efforts to eliminate the doubts and suspicions that the charges brought against Mr. İmamoğlu are politically motivated. Nobody, of course, is above the law, and everybody should be treated as such. However, when we look at the process as a whole regarding Mr. İmamoğlu, it leaves the impression that the motive behind this arrest is more political than judicial. This sentiment led millions of people to take the streets in order to support Mr. İmamoğlu for a quest for justice. Dear colleagues, we stood by Mr. Erdogan when there was a military coup attempt against him. And now it is our duty to stand by the opposition to defend the democracy. In this sense, the adoption of this resolution at this very moment is crucial in order to show that we stand at the right side of the history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Markus Wiekel. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm glad that our Assembly decided to hold this special debate on the recent worrying developments in Turkey. They involve the arrest of Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu and many of his followers, as well as independent journalists, and on the implications that these arrests may have for Turkish democracy. To date, the accusations by the judiciary against the popular mayor of Istanbul have been utterly vague, talking about alleged corruption and contacts with Kurdish politicians. But the fact that the arrests and the current imprisonments took place only hours before the official deadline would expire for registering as a candidate in the presidential election in 2028 gives us a clear idea of what is really going on. This idea grew even stronger the next day when Mr. İmamoğlu's academic diploma was revoked from the Istanbul University, presumably on the instructions by the government, which also disqualified him from running in the upcoming presidential election. What is also worrying is the ongoing crackdown on free independent media, and I have a fresh example of such. A Swedish journalist who recently visited Turkey was detained upon arrival in Istanbul, clearly because of his political views. And now, dear colleagues, you need to understand me correctly. In fact, this person does not align at all with the ideas that I have. The opinions of this journalist do not align at all with mine. He could be described as a complete opposite of me, if you look at our positions within the political spectrum. Nonetheless, I do defend his right to state his opinions and the right of any journalist to do his or her important work without interference. It is a fundamental principle in a democracy. So, to be clear, dear colleagues, the undemocratic and deeply worrying tendencies in Turkish politics are nothing new. We have for a long time seen massive oppression against people in opposition to the current regime. Not least the Kurdish population are used to mistreatment sanctioned by the Turkish authorities. Understandably, this has led to massive demonstrations over the past few weeks, attended by millions, night after night, in Istanbul and in other cities. In conclusion, we owe it to the Turkish people to give them hope and support for a full restoration of Turkish democracy, respect of human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Ms. Ingert Skov. You have the floor.
Dear President and dear colleagues, the backsliding of democracy has become a most pressing issue in this Assembly. This week we are debating several concrete examples of this. Turkey is one country where the backsliding is happening before our eyes. The arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, is the most recent example. It is important that we as an Assembly condemn this in the strongest terms, making sure that your opposing candidate cannot stand for election is not worthy a president of a democratic country. It makes me question the state of democracy in Turkey. Turkish people took to the streets after Mayor İmamoğlu was arrested. According to the organizers, more than 2 million. This is a strong signal that Turkish citizens want to exercise their democratic rights. The way they were met by the Turkish authorities was highly questionable, another sign of the backsliding of democracy in the country. In a true democratic, freedom of assembly and freedom of speech are guaranteed. Meeting peaceful demonstrators with pepper spray, water cannons, and plastic bullets is not worthy a democracy. The same goes to mass arrests. Beating and kicking demonstrators lying on the ground is simply unacceptable. President, this is why this draft resolution is so important. We must raise our voices against this injustice. We must show our Turkish friends that we care. We want Turkey in our community of democratic states, a community based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Dear colleagues from Turkey, in this resolution, we call for the release of Mr. Imamoglu and the many protesters and journalists. We call for the decision to revoke Imamoglu's university degree to be repealed. We call for the respect for freedom of expression and assembly. And we call for an end of repression of opposition politicians, civil society, and dissenting voices in the media. I call on you to contribute to full implementation of our resolution. In closing, I also reiterate our call for the release of Mr. Osman Kavala. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Ms. Aisu Bankulu. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue is a matter of the country, a matter of the justice, democracy, freedom, rights, and the rule of law, the issue of the future of the country. The man who addressed the nation with this statement is currently under arrest. That man is the duly elected mayor of Istanbul, chosen by the people of this city of 16 million. That man is also presidential candidate of our party. That man is Ekrem İmamoğlu. He earned that mandate by defeating the ruling party not once, but 3 times in local elections. The government knows it is losing the trust of the people. It knows it will lose the next presidential election, and that is precisely why it imprisons its strongest political rival. Day by day, this government slides deeper into authoritarianism. Not only political figures, but also journalists, artists, students are being arrested simply for exercising their basic rights. What we are witnessing is now a civilian coup. Erdogan's regime is criminalizing its opponents, jailing them, and attempting to rule through fear. But the people are not afraid. In the face of injustice, millions of people across the country have taken to the streets in peaceful protests, exercising their constitutional right to demonstrate. Yet their peaceful demonstrations have been met with brutal police violence, tear gas, water cannons, rubber bullets. Over 2,000 citizens were detained with disproportionate force. 301, mostly young people, remain in prison. The issue is not only about Ekrem İmamoğlu. It is about reclaiming our democracy. It is about protecting our future. The arbitrary arrest, political persecution, and the attacks on fundamental freedoms have no place in any country that dares to call itself a democracy. History will not honor those who ignored the will of the people. It will remember those who stood up and resisted for freedom. Today, the nation is united. We are united in conscience. We are united in justice. We are united in the pursuit of a shared destiny, a common future. The walls of fear are falling. The youth are rising. The women are leading. The people of this country will not be silenced. No matter how they imprison our elected leaders or us, the people have shown they will overcome every trap and every conspiracy, because the people are the true owner of this republic, because the people are great, and the people are greater than any government, and we will not back down, not now and not ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Ms. Miriam Göker. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, dear President and colleagues. Turkey is a sovereign democratic nation governed by the rule of law, and no individual is above the law. The ongoing judicial proceedings concerning the mayor of Istanbul are part of an evidence-based investigation led by independent judicial authorities. Unfortunately, recent statements reflected or reflect a biased and premature judgment, undermining the principle of non-interference and attempting to exert political pressure on Turkey's judiciary. Making biased and one-sided assessments about ongoing legal proceedings is incompatible with universal legal principles. Let me be clear, this is a corruption and bribery investigation initiated by members of the opposition itself who came forward with evidence and testimony. What we are witnessing is a serious legal process that has not yet been concluded and therefore is not a political operation. For 23 years, the AK Party has shown its commitment to democracy by competing with the opposition only at the ballot box. Have any of you ever witnessed a case in Europe where someone declares themselves a presidential candidate 3 years ahead of a scheduled election? The legal process was not intended to prevent Imamoglu's nomination. On the contrary, it was the CHP leadership that hastily launched the nomination process to instrumentalize the legal proceedings for political purposes. But once again, we face double standards. When politicians in Europe face legal action, as recently seen in France with Le Pen, do we hear urgent statements? Do European institutions question the legitimacy of those judicial systems? When such processes take place within European borders, they are simply regarded as normal functions of democracy and the rule of law. But when Turkey enforces the same legal principles, it's quickly labeled as authoritarian. I'm frankly sick and tired of this frustrating, deep-rooted bias and mind-boggling hypocrisy, the repeated "we are concerned about Turkey" rhetoric, the habit of judging our country through wishful thinking and not reality, and the anti-Turkey, anti-Erdogan obsession in some foreign media and politicians. But let us be clear, Turkey is no longer the Turkey of the past. You may not point fingers at Turkey and attempt to bring it into line, and we certainly do not need lectures on democracy. Turkey does not need selective lectures from those who remain silent in the face of grave human rights violations in Gaza, yet rush to politicize legitimate judicial processes within our borders. If this assembly seeks to protect the integrity of democratic values, it must do so consistently, not conditionally. Today, Turkey embraces a historic mission, assuming global responsibility as a stabilizing actor in the region and proactive advocate for international justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the last speaker will be Ms. Deria Türk-Nakbauer. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy means elections, not imprisonment. A political opponent belongs on a ballot and not behind bars. If people are afraid of political competition at the ballot box, that means that they've lost the support of their population long ago. The imprisonment of Ekrem İmamoğlu and many other mayors and journalists and people from opposition party is a direct attack on the democratic basis which Turkey has made itself responsible for, not simply by being a member of Council of Europe, but also in its own constitution. This is a further step in a systematic attempt to make political opposition fall silent and to have the rights of citizens be actively repressed in civil society. This case is not simply a political conflict with a competitor who people are afraid of. We've heard this during speeches from some people from my country. It's also an attempt to take a whole generation and make their self-sufficiency and their economic independency and their freedom to think and their present and, above all, their future to be taken away from them. The number of imprisoned people, I think, shows how dramatic the situation is in Turkey. In Germany, the population is roughly the same size as that of Turkey's. And in Germany, about 40,000 people are presently in prison. In Turkey, about 400,000 are in prison. And this number has been almost doubled in the last 3 and 4 years. And in spite of this, or perhaps because of this, people are ever more decisively present on the streets protesting. I can only bow down before the courage of these men and women. Last weekend, I was in Ankara and spoke with many people. They're not afraid of being imprisoned because they know that they will be able to fight and express their force out of darkness. What they want is for us not to look away when their rights are trampled underfoot. And therefore, here in this House, we must send a very clear message. We see you, we hear you, and we stand by your side. You're not alone. We want to function as loudspeakers for your voice. And your call for freedom is heard well beyond the prison cells in Silvarus or on the streets of Istanbul, Ankara, or Izmir. The longing for freedom cannot be locked in, not by verdicts, not by violence, and not by intimidation. Water guns and police sirens want to drown out that call, but they can't make it fall silent. Anyone who oppresses young people knows that they are destroying the future of their own country. Turkey is a member of this House, and that's not simply a formal membership. It's a responsibility, a promise that the rule of law, human rights, and the democracy are not things that are subject to interpretation, but rather our shared basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I must now interrupt the list of speakers and the speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present here during the debate but not have been able to speak can give their speech to the table office for publication in the official report. And I remind colleagues that the typewritten texts can be submitted electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I will now call on Lord Blenkertre, the co-rapporteur, to reply. You have 3 minutes, David.
Mr. Vice President, this has been a good debate, and I'm grateful that there is strong support for our resolution and our recommendations. I counted 17 speakers in support of our report and 2 against. Let me reassure all colleagues that it gives us no pleasure whatsoever to make these recommendations. Just 3 months after the 6 countries created the Council of Europe, Turkey joined and has been an esteemed member since 1949, all of our 75 years of existence. Now, some supporters of the government deny that the arrests were politically motivated. But when the university deliberately withdraws his degree on the day of his arrest, a degree that he's had for 35 years and which is essential to be a political candidate, then that is prima facie proof that there is political motivation behind the arrest. The main defence by the Turkish government supporters is that these arrests were done in accordance with the rule of law. But it is the Turkish law which is the problem here, since it does not seem to accord with international standards in, for example, the definition of terrorism, where it seems that calling for democratic change is a form of terrorism in Turkey. A law that sentenced Mr. Imamoglu to 2 years in prison for calling election officials idiots is not a law which can be defended as a legitimate rule of law, nor do we accept that the judges are properly independent. Mr. Frank Schwab, I think, got it right when he said that this arrest removed hope that you can get democratic change. Finally, colleagues, let me say this personally, and I think it is relevant. I am saddened by the Turkey I see now. As a schoolboy studying classical Greek, this was the famous land of Troy I loved in the Trojan Wars of 1200 BC, the stories of Agamemnon, Menelaus, Achilles, Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships. This was the land where 1,400 years later, St. Paul the Apostle wrote his epistle to the Ephesians and the Cappadocians, the magnificent city of Ephesus destroyed by the Goths and the amazing cave architecture of Cappadocia. This was a land through which Xerxes marched his army of 250,000 people to invade Greece, and which Xenophon later wrote about the lost 10,000 Greek army. The city of Byzantium, and then Constantinople, and now Istanbul, with its 2,500-year history, I submit is the most splendid city in the whole region. But colleagues, more up to date and far more important is Turkey is the great country created by the father of Turkey, and that is Kemal Atatürk, who brought in democracy, full free education for all, complete civil and political rights for women in a free and secular society, in a parliamentary democracy. So let us not forget the long and magnificent history of Turkey, which I deeply respect. But it is that erosion of political rights and democracy which is now so sad, and which we condemn in this resolution, condemned by the vast majority of speakers speaking here today. And I commend this resolution to the Assembly without any amendment. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, David. And it's a surplus of being a member of this Assembly that we can also have history lessons in here. So thank you very much. The chair of the committee, do you want to take it forward? You have 3 minutes.
Dear President, dear colleagues, indeed, at the end of March, we witnessed a deeply alarming development. The arrest and detention of Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, the democratically elected mayor of Istanbul, and the main opposition candidate for the 2028 presidential elections. These events sparked widespread protest across cities of Turkey. There have been reports about use of violence by police during these protests, and restrictions to the right of freedom of expression. The draft resolution prepared by the co-rapporteurs of the Monitoring Committee rightly urges our Assembly to take a principled stance on these events. And I would like to thank the co-rapporteurs for preparation of this particular resolution. So the committee therefore calls for the immediate release of Mr. İmamoğlu, who was democratically elected by the people as the mayor of Istanbul and as the presidential candidate in a vote organized by his party. It also stresses that his imprisonment and earlier revocation of his university degree are designed to prevent him from standing in the next presidential election and to intimidate the opposition, and are thereof a clear attack on democracy. Against this background, and in line with its previous resolutions, the committee encourages the Assembly to condemn the abuse of the judiciary for political purposes and call for respect of the right to the fair trial. In addition to Mr. İmamoğlu, his associates and other persecuted for political reasons, or the journalists persecuted for covering the protests should be released. The authorities should be urged to exercise maximum restraint in dealing with demonstrators. The use of force against peaceful demonstrators, arbitrary detentions, and restrictions on freedom of assembly and expression are in clear breach with Turkey's obligation under the European Convention on Human Rights and other commitments arising from its membership in the Council of Europe. Therefore, I hope the draft resolution will be adopted by this House without controversy. By doing so, the Assembly will show solidarity with the people of Turkey who are peacefully demanding justice, accountability, and respect for democratic norms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And now the debate is closed. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution, document 16151, to which 12 amendments have been tabled. And I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1 to 12 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee by 2/3 majority, may be declared as definitively rejected. Is that so?
All the amendments were rejected by unanimity, actually.
So if no one objects, I'll consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there any objection? No. So, therefore, amendments 1 to 12 of the draft resolution are rejected and will not be called. So we start with amendment number, just a moment. So we have been through all the amendments. It's easy. So we'll have to vote on the draft resolution, and it is contained in document 16151. And here we have a simple majority acquired. I will now open the vote. And the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The draft of resolution is adopted. Dear colleagues, the next item of business this morning is or this afternoon, I would say, is a debate under urgent procedure on Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the need to ensure accountability and avoid impunity, which is in document 16152, presented by Mr. Julian Bulay on behalf of the Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights. And colleagues, in order to finish by 6:45 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:25 to allow time for reply and vote. But now we just need, I think, a change of rapporteurs and chairpersons at the bench, and then we can continue in a small moment. Okay, dear colleagues, may I ask you to find your seats, and we will start again on this resolution. And I will now call Mr. Bulay, who is rapporteur. And Mr. Bulay, you have 7 minutes now, and you have 3 minutes at the end of the discussion. Please, colleagues, keep your voices down or leave the room so we can continue. And are you ready now, Mr. Bulay? Then we are ready too. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, more than 11 years after the beginning of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine began, and more than 3 years after the launch of the full-scale invasion of the Bucha massacre, the Assembly must reaffirm again the need to ensure accountability and to fight against impunity for the serious violations of international law and crimes committed by the aggressor, which have caused so much death, suffering and damage to Ukraine and its people. The aggression continues to rage, as we see every day, with missile strikes on residential areas in the cities as Kharkiv, Kiev, Kryvyi Rih, where just a few days ago at least 9 children were killed near a playground. The recent talks held in March by the new US administration with both Russia and Ukraine have led to renewed hopes for peace negotiations, or at least a ceasefire. However, Russia has repeatedly violated the terms of the agreed partial ceasefire and continues its military attacks in Ukraine, including against energy facilities. This undermines the credibility of any peace negotiations and demonstrates Russia's lack of genuine willingness to engage in peace. At this moment in history, and given the extremely volatile geopolitical landscape, the Assembly and the Council of Europe must reaffirm more than ever the need to deliver justice to Ukraine in line with the values for which this organization stands, human rights, and the rule of law. According to our statute, the pursuit of peace can only be based on justice and international cooperation. Peace must be just and human rights compliant if it is to be durable and comprehensible. It must also respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its borders and the human rights of the victims of the aggression. An unjust peace cannot be accepted, and the aggressor must not be rewarded in any way for the terrible crimes it has committed. The aggressor must also make reparation for all the damage caused. The Council of Europe has worked tirelessly for the establishment of a comprehensive system of accountability since the first day of full-scale aggression. We already had the European Court of Human Rights, which remains competent to deal with the violations committed by Russia until 2022. In 2023, thanks to a proposal by the Assembly, we created the Register of Damage for Ukraine, which has already received more than 20,000 claims for individual victims. But this is not enough. We need to do more. The Assembly was the first international body back in April 22 to launch the idea of a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine to fill the gap of the International Criminal Court, which lacks jurisdiction in this case. A group of legal experts from some 40 countries has managed to complete all the technical work necessary for the tribunal, placing 3 draft texts, including a draft bilateral agreement between the Council of Europe and the government of Ukraine, and a draft statute for the tribunal. We must be proud of this achievement, but now we must act and put in place the tribunal. We first need to final political agreement endorsed by the Committee of Ministers and the authorization for the Secretary General of the Council of Europe to conclude the agreement with Ukraine. In the draft resolution and draft recommendation, I therefore propose to put pressure on the Member States and the Committee of Ministers to complete without delay the work of the Special Tribunal, irrespective of the evolution of any peace negotiations. Justice cannot be a bargaining chip on the road to peace. I also stress the need to strengthen the work of ICC and the Ukrainian prosecution authorities with regard to other crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. I therefore propose to make a call on Member States to fill the gap left by the new US administration's decision to withdraw from some accountability projects and mechanisms and to suspend international aid. Finally, with regard to compensation for the damage caused by the aggression, while welcoming the new developments on the Register of Damage and the negotiations on the International Claims Commission, I call for the need to transfer all frozen Russian assets to an international trust fund. This fund could manage the assets for the benefit of the people of Ukraine and distribute them in the future for compensation purposes. Indeed, there is a risk that some of the EU sanctions freezing the Russian assets will not be renewed in the future due to a blockade by some EU member states. This would be dramatic because it would mean that these assets could be returned to Russia, which could use them to continue its war against Ukraine. We must act before that happens, and the best way to ensure reconstruction and compensation for Ukraine is to use these assets as a lawful and proportionate countermeasure to Russia's grave affront to the international legal order. Let me finish this intervention presenting my report by thanking my colleague, Eric Cross, who along with the staff from the committee who has presented this report, the Legal Affairs Committee, has been to Ukraine talking and engaging with the authorities in terms of what goes on now in Kiev and when the peace negotiation talks. He was in Kiev and he did a great job, and many of the findings that this report relates to are coming from there. And now, Mr. President, at the end of my speech, I would like us to just remember how humiliating was the meeting of the hero of Europe, Mr. Zelensky, in a certain office on the other side of the Atlantic. And I would like to ask you, this House, never to be a place where where some people in arrogance would point to the Ukrainians asking them to say thank you, but rather in a continuous place where we offer help and support for those defending Europe now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pulai. And now we go to the debate, and I first call the speakers from the political groups, and the first is Mr. Edmunds Siporitis. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. The list of crimes committed by Russia and Ukraine is a long and bloody one. They are committed quite openly and for all of us to see. We see an unprovoked war of aggression. We see indiscriminate attacks on civilians, on children, on infrastructure. We have seen torture used against prisoners of war, sexual violence against people under occupation. We've seen abduction of Ukrainian children, attempts at destroying their cultural identity, and attempts at genocide. We have seen the victims of these inhumane acts of violence, sometimes with tears in our eyes. And you do not have to be an expert in international law to see them as war crimes, crimes against humanity and basic decency. People I have talked to everywhere see them that way. And when we look at all of these violations together, we can recognize a clear intent. Putin is intentionally challenging the values of human rights and principles of international law, and the very fact that there would be any rules for those who position themselves as above the law. The question then is if we would allow this worldview to gain strength and legitimacy. He is betting that we will allow it. Putin wants impunity for these crimes to be one of his victories, for him, but also others. Now we have to prove him wrong. Ukrainians proved Putin wrong with their courage in not allowing Russian military invasion to succeed at any of the goals. We have proved Putin wrong in setting our sanctions 3 years ago. Now we have to prove him wrong again. This can't be done with speeches here. We have to use the tools we have prepared. We have a special tribunal ready to be established. We have a claims commission close to being finished. We have Russian frozen assets that should be repurposed to cover at least a part of compensation for the damages caused by this aggression. These are the tools that are waiting for our decisions. The report outlines clearly, and the reporter just now, what the stakes are. This is a generational challenge to defend the human rights and the world where we do not have to cry when we are watching the news. Only a just peace and justice for Ukraine can prevent the disaster, directing billions worth of military equipment, missiles, drones, tons of steel and explosives, that turning all of that violently against the peaceful populations can again become a norm in the future of Europe and the world. Our actions now will be judged by history, and I believe that our unity here will give us the courage to make these decisions right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siporitis, speaking on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Greens. And now the spokesperson from EPP will be Mr. Emanuel Singeris. Emanuel, you have the floor.
But not taking decisive actions in Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, especially comprehensive military support and assistance, we are approaching a major war between the West and the neo-Soviet Russian regime, a war in which all European countries could become involved. Because the Russian history after the Bolshevik communist coup in 1917 represents only a single showcase of testing the Western democracies in terms of their weaknesses and vulnerability. After cementing his dictatorship and of the cost of the life of democratic Russians, Mr. Putin created an absolute monopoly of power within Russia, and now he continues to spread his dictatorial vision, Russian world, beyond Russian borders. Boris Nemtsov, who was brutally assassinated by Putin, put in the following words: Putin is a war. Putin will stop at the point where you, Ukrainians and Europeans, will stop him. It was said a few days before he was killed. It was said a few days before Nemtsov were killed. I would like to ask the representative of our southern friends, Spain, Italy, and France, again, what is about your military budget of 3%, 2% and more for defense? That is not because of President Trump, but this is a question from our Nordic and Eastern neighbors in European Union. What is about our southern flank? How you are battle ready? We will try to be battle ready during the next years. And now I would like to remind you that during the so-called peace talks, we have double and triple Russian aggression against Ukraine. And now I would like to name, during last days, few days ago, killed Ukrainian children's name of them in Kryvyi Rih. Just few days ago, Timothy, 3-year-old, Arina, 7-year-old, Radislav, 7-year-old, Herman, 9-year-old, Alina, 15-year-old, Danila, 15-year-old, Mikita, 15-year-old, Konstantin, 16-year-old, and Nikita, 17-year-old. It's so-called military objects inside of Ukraine, so-called, bombed by Russia ballistic missiles. I would like to use my time for 3-4 seconds for silence, if you allow me, to remember those children killed during the last days in Ukraine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And on the end, I would like to say that we should of course, we should support the negotiations for freedom, but should be prepared to be battle ready in the case when Russia will use this freedom for their aggressive purposes against Ukraine and against us. We should not leave Ukraine to be in shadow of the event and to be on the second page of newspapers. We should be battle ready and prepare Europe for the next battle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Silgeris. And now, speaking for the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We, Ukrainians, we want peace. As soon as possible. Peace, real peace, not a surrender. And just imagine what we feel when we hear statements like this. It was recently. German intelligence chief, president of the Federal Intelligence Service, said, an early end to the war in Ukraine would enable the Russians to direct their energy where they actually want it, namely against Europe. What does it mean? First, that Ukraine is not Europe, so namely against Europe and who we are. So when to die for Europe, we are Europeans. When to die for democracy, we are good enough. But early end of the war? No, Europe, maybe it's not the best time for Europe now, because Europe's still not prepared. 3 years of full-scale invasion, 10 years of the war, still not prepared. Second question, what does it mean? So early end is not desirable option. Some of top European officials told me, you need to wait 3.5 years. In 3.5 years, there will be a new president of the United States. Just keep fighting. Easy task, right? 3.5 years, want to fight more. In 3.5 years, Ukraine will be completely deserted. We are bleeding, literally every day. They're killing us, our children, everybody. How do we feel when we see like Russia continues to make business in Europe, like an LMK of leasing, who has a small factory in Belgium, and Belgian government vetoes all the time sanctioning leasing because they have 600 working places. They can't lose it, politics, you know. But at the same, Ukrainian steel, Ukrainian grain, Ukrainian goods, they are not good enough, you know. You need to go through all certification process and everything. How do we feel? We feel betrayed. When we hear we want to be in European Union as soon as possible, what we hear in answer, yes, but you have 15 chapters, 30 chapters, now you will open the first chapter, then in 2 years the second chapter. We wrote all these chapters with our own blood already. Show me another nation in Europe which paid for European dream by blood. Not by money, not by time, by blood. And after all of this, we feel betrayed. So we want to be member of European Union now. We want to see your support now. Seizing of Russian assets now. We want to see European contingent not fighting, but helping us to secure at least border with Belarus now. Take us to Europe. Help us to finish this war as soon as possible. Make us member of European Union and build strong European army on the basis of strong Ukrainian army. That is the only viable option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. And now on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats, it's Mr. McLeary. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Over 3 years have passed since Vladimir Putin launched his brutal and illegal war against Ukraine. 3 years of death and destruction, displacement and despair. And yet 3 years marked too by extraordinary courage and unshakable resolve by the Ukrainian people. Each day, Ukrainians show the world what it means to stand for democracy, sovereignty and the rule of law, not only for themselves, but for all of us. They resist not because it is easy, but because it is right. However, as the war grinds on, we face a dangerous temptation to look away. War fatigue creeps in, attention wanes and priorities shift. We, as liberals and as Europeans, must reject that temptation. Our support for Ukraine must not weaken, it must strengthen instead. If others falter in their commitments, Europe must rise to the challenge with unity and clarity of purpose. And this is not just Ukraine's fight, it is Europe's fight, and Europe must lead, with deeper military, humanitarian and economic support. That means more ammunition, more air defences, more medical supplies, and more sustained investment in Ukraine's recovery. At the same time, we must show the courage to act decisively with our financial tools. The frozen Russian state assets across Europe, the stolen wealth of a corrupt regime, must be put to use. Not left gathering dust in Western capitals, in London in particular, but repurposed to build Ukrainian schools, hospitals, homes and infrastructure. We have the means, what we need is the political will. Let us be honest, our sanctions regimes are not yet watertight. Too many loopholes remain, exploited by Kremlin cronies and enablers. We must shut them down. Europe must not be a safe haven for dirty money, it must be a fortress for democracy. If Ukraine is defeated, every authoritarian regime will draw the same conclusion, that military aggression works and Europe cannot and will not stop them. That cannot be allowed to happen. That is why we fully support the resolution to ensure that those responsible for this aggression at every level are held to account. From the generals who ordered missile strikes on civilians, to the propagandists who fuel the lies, to the highest officers of the Russian state, there must be justice. This war is a crime, and like any crime, it demands investigation, prosecution, and consequences. Impunity is not an option. Not now, not ever. Ukraine must win, and victory must mean full territorial integrity, accountability for war crimes, and an unshakable place for Europe within the European family. This is a moment of historic consequence, friends. We must stand firm, stand together, and stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. And now, speaking on behalf of the group of the Unified European Left, it's Ms. Sevim Dardelen. You have the floor.
Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Herren.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. Once someone said that every text was written in order to hide something. So we have to look at the double standards behind this text, given the responsibilities of the EU and NATO. What is hidden behind this? There is the fact that the stance of the United States and the various means that are used as completely normal means of international geopolitics. I only have to mention Libya, Iraq, and Yugoslavia. What else is hidden is that NATO and EU are responsible right now because they are delivering weapons to Israel, and they are therefore complicit in war crimes and the genocide of the Palestinian people. And when it comes to international justice, what can we say in this regard? What is being hidden now is what actually lies behind the war in Ukraine. The stance of the NATO and the United States and the EU, and the question of enlargement to take in Ukraine. All of this lies behind this. And you have to look at the actual nature of the regime in Kiev, and they don't want to say that opposition parties were prohibited and that hundreds of thousands are fleeing from compulsory conscription. Then there's the fact that the fate of certain people in Ukraine, journalists, their fate has not been clarified. There's the question of whataboutism and the fact that people they exploit whataboutism to hide their own crimes and their own stances. We can see that things are escalating, and while the USA, with Trump in the Oval Office, is essentially saying that this is a proxy war, and now look at the reversal of the stance. We instead of double standards, we need a real attempt for peace, and this needs to come from Europe. We need disarmament, and we must make sure that we take steps. We must make sure that everything is done to bring this war to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that completes the speakers from the political groups. And now I'll call for the next speaker, which is Ms. Lise Christoffersen. Lise, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, during the debate on the progress report, several speakers emphasized the high number of urgent debates during this session as a direct consequence of the many recent setbacks of democratic values in our member countries. Among them, this debate on the need for accountability and avoiding impunity concerning the invasion and aggressive war in Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are fighting for our common freedom. Ukraine is entitled to our full support, both now and when a peace agreement hopefully is in place. Ensuring that the Russian aggressor is held accountable and finally avoiding a situation of impunity will depend on the full support from the international community. It's therefore regrettable that the United States has withdrawn from this cooperation. That is why this report is so important. It reminds us of the endless damage and suffering of Ukraine and its people. It shows us how Russia tries to force upon us all a different Europe without respect for democracy, the rule of law and human rights. Thus, I am pleased that the Norwegian Parliament unanimously decided to increase our support through our Nansen programme to grant Ukraine a minimum of 155 billion Norwegian crowns until 2030. I am pleased to mention that yesterday in Kyiv, Norway and the other EFTA countries signed a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Furthermore, we should all actively support what is highlighted by the rapporteur, the work of the Register of Damage for Ukraine, the need to establish and to provide the special tribunal with necessary resources, support the ongoing investigations of the ICC, establish a claims commission for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, and to transfer frozen Russian assets to an international trust fund. Finally, I would like to draw attention to the ongoing so-called negotiations between Ukraine and the United States on a possible agreement on mineral resources. While this terrible war is still going on, Donald Trump attempts to seize control over large parts of Ukraine's natural resources and infrastructure. Such behavior from one of our Western allies is unparalleled in modern history. All the more important is that our support to Ukraine comes without demands for payback, but together with future reconstruction agreements and future mutual cooperation on an equal footing. Thank you.
Thank you. Gustav Getberg is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. For over a decade, Ukraine has stood as a lighthouse in the storm at the frontier of European values, in a war at the heart of Europe. The Russian war in Ukraine is not only an assault on national sovereignty, on human dignity or international rule of law. From the illegal annexation of Crimea to the brutal targeting of civilians, the shelling and deportation of children, and the attempted erasure of a nation's cultural identity, the Russian Federation has crossed every moral and legal red line. What the dictatorship of Vladimir Putin is doing is not only to conduct a military operation, it is a campaign against civilization itself. And this report calls us to act, not with anger, but with resolve. It demands that we hold the Russian Federation accountable through lawful means, like a special tribunal for the crime of aggression, in line with international law and the founding principles of this very assembly. It is, Mr. President, not about revenge. It is about reaffirming that freedom is defended not only by force, though force is important, but also by justice. I support the economic and legal instruments proposed in this report by Mr. Boulay, from the use of frozen Russian assets for Ukraine's reconstruction to the maintenance of strong and targeted sanctions. This report is important. It calls for justice, not revenge. It demands action, not appeasement. And it does so with a very clear and principled proposals mentioned also in the report. We must, Mr. President, also ensure that the victims are not forgotten, and the report's strong emphasis on the register of damage, the future claims commission, and the use of frozen Russian assets for Ukraine's reconstruction reflects this as well. And in such a context, the Assembly must send a clear and united message. There will be no amnesty for aggression. There will be no forgiveness without justice. There will be no lifting of sanctions without compliance. Dear colleagues, a ceasefire that silences the guns but protects the guilty is not a peace at all. And as the report rightly states, justice must be a foundation for the peace, not a casualty of it. Finally, I commend the report's call to maintain protections for displaced Ukrainians, resist energy dependence on Russia, and support universal jurisdiction trials across Europe. My home country, Sweden, stands firmly with Ukraine, its sovereignty, its people, and the right for the country to exist. That is why we support the continued freezing and ultimately the use of Russian assets for Ukraine's reconstruction. The aggressor must pay for what the aggressor has destroyed. We stand with Ukraine shoulder to shoulder today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Rostislav Tistik is next.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, today we are witnessing alarming shifts in the global political landscape. The Russian Federation, which has been waging an aggressive, bloody war against Ukraine for over 11 years, is now gaining a real chance to evade responsibility for all the crimes it has committed, both against the Ukrainian state and its people. Russia is striving to reshape its image, to lift sanctions, restore diplomatic relations, and push the world to move on. We already see some international politicians avoiding even mentioning Russia as an aggressive. Currently, Russia illegally occupies near 18% of Ukrainian territories, including Crimea, parts of Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. These territories have become seats of widespread war crimes. In the city of Mariupol alone, According to the preliminary estimates, 100,000 civilians were killed. In Bucha and Irpin, the world saw the extent of torture, executions, and mass graves. The International Criminal Court has already issued an arrest warrant for Putin for the illegal deportation of Ukrainian children, over 19,000 children. This is a crime that falls under the definition of genocide. According to the United Nations, by early 2024, more than 30,000 cases of serious human rights violations caused by Russian aggression had been documented, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. Yet today, Russia is trying to retain control over the occupied territories. If it succeeds, proving the crimes committed there will become impossible. Evidence will be destroyed, witnesses silenced or killed, perpetrators left unpunished. Moscow wants to end this war as a winner, or at least as an equal partners, without condemnation, without reparation, without accountability. And if the world allows this to happen, then we must say it clearly, consequences will be catastrophic. Russia has opened Pandora's box. It has shown that a country can invade, occupy, destroy, and commit atrocities, and still demand peace negotiation on its own terms. If impunity becomes a precedent, other states with territorial ambitions will surely follow this example. That's why holding Russia accountable is not just a Ukrainian interest. It's a matter of global justice, international security, and rule of law. We do not have the right to be indifferent. We do not have time to delay. Every day of hesitation means more victims, more destruction, more politician bots by the aggressor. A world without justice for Russia is a world without rules. And a world without rules is the path to a new global catastrophe. Thank you for attention.
Véronique Duren.
Le Président, chers collègues.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, 3 years after the beginning of the large-scale invasion, Ukraine still needs to face a war of annihilation. A war which, as you recalled, rapporteur, isn't simply aiming at conquering a territory, but of denying the very existence of a people. Europe cannot simply remain a spectator, nor yet hesitate. As a member of the Belgian parliament and part of a party which is in a coalition government, which firmly supports Ukraine, I emphasize our commitment here today. The resolution we're examining today is in no way ambiguous. There cannot be peace without justice. There cannot be peace without responsibility. It's a red line which we will not cross. The creation of a special tribunal for crimes of aggression is major progress. It's not a symbol. It's a concrete tool to end impunity and aggression and the crime of all crimes. We should be able to judge that. But for justice to be done, we also need reparations. And on this point, I should like to bring up something quite fundamental: frozen Russian assets. Like many European countries, Belgium holds a significant share of those assets. Almost 250 billion euros have been frozen in our country. We support their use for Ukraine, but, and it's important to say this here, we need legal security before we can act, because seizing sovereign assets is unprecedented. It gives rise to complex legal international issues, treaty issues, protection of investors in Belgium. These issues are the subject of a far-ranging debate, and we're not the only ones. All member states need to be able to act in a clear framework, a stable and coordinated framework. It shouldn't just be a pretext for inaction, but rather a call to strengthen our legal framework so that Ukrainian victims can get justice without our countries having economic and legal fallout. I therefore welcome the idea of creating an international commission for requests for indemnization under the authority of the Council of Europe, which will make our commitments more credible and allow Russian assets not to become a matter of division, but rather one of solidarity. Dear colleagues, let us make no mistake here. If we fail to translate our promises of justice into action, we will leave the way open for the next aggression. History is looking at us. Let us take our responsibilities and support this resolution. I thank you.
Colleagues, the next day after February 24, 2022, the Council of Europe started to define and to affirm its position. We have stated, first of all, an important package of fundamental principles such as multilateralism, international system based on rules, accountability for the crimes committed by Russia. We have condemned Russia because of committing a crime of aggression, and we have expelled Russia from the Council of Europe, and we have launched the project of establishing an international jurisdiction for judging the crime of aggression, and by that rejecting the impunity. Now, of course, it should be peace. We want peace, and we support the peace, but a peace based on justice and international fundamental principles of law. What I've heard just a few minutes ago here in the plenary session during this debate, colleagues, it's a shame. It is not EU or NATO that generated this conflict. To be very clear, it is Russia that committed a crime of aggression against a sovereign state. What should be now the priorities, at least for us, the Europeans? The first priority is to engage a clear political will of the member states and to adopt as soon as possible this enlarged partial agreement that establishes an international jurisdiction for the crime of aggression. It will take the form of a bilateral agreement concluded between the Council of Europe and Ukraine. It will be an important step forward. But the next priority, somehow it's even more important because it's far from being enough. We should understand, looking on the practice of the states during the years and looking on the doctrine of the international law, which states the fact that the crime of aggression is the most serious among all the international crimes committed, even more than the war crimes, the crimes against humanity, and genocide. This is why I would like to make an appeal addressed to the Secretary General of this organization, to the Committee of Ministers, and to the leadership of the Parliamentary Assembly to take action and to assure the enlargement of the sphere of the state parties to the enlarged partial agreement, because we need to assure step by step a universal accountability, not only a European accountability for the crime of aggression. This is why I will strongly support the adoption of the resolution and of the draft recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Titus. Christophe Bricot is next. Christophe.
Monsieur le Président.
President, the war of aggression waged by Russia against Ukraine, which didn't start 3 years ago, but rather 11 years ago, stated in the report under the current regime, and we could go back even further because just a few months ago we had a relevant commemoration. Now, this is a crime that we have not seen on this continent for such a long time, and no crime should remain unpunished. And currently, we must be absolutely clear when we use words. Peace and surrender are not the same thing. We cannot deem surrender of Ukraine to be an achievement of peace. It would be surrender on our part as well. This assembly was set up on the ashes of the Second World War. Never again. And when things are easy, it's all right, but today things are difficult, and that's when we're really challenged. In 1936, after the Munich agreements were signed, Winston Churchill said, the Prime Minister Chamberlain, you have chosen dishonor over war, and you will have war. And this report is offering us justice, but there will be no peace without justice. There will be no peace without the victims being recognized and compensated. The Russian Federation, and more precisely the regime in the Russian Federation has attacked, pillaged, raped and killed Ukrainians, the state, but also the people, the state which is part of this institution, the people who sit with us in this hemicycle, a fraternal people with whom we work. Of course, I will, without reservation, support this report, and I will hope that many of the rest of us will do that too. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Christoph. Nadezhda Yordanova is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, it is indeed more than 11 years since Russia invaded, in fact, Ukraine. It is more than 3 years since the Russian Federation launched its full-scale, brutal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine, a war that constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and assault on the very principles that bind us as European community: sovereignty, territorial integrity, democracy, and the rule of law. The report is not only timely, it is essential. It sends a clear message that aggression, atrocity, and violations of human dignity will not be unpunished. Mr. Bulai, thank you for your excellent work. I strongly support the draft resolution and the recommendations, specifically paragraph 13, with its clear call to speed up and reach a political decision on creation of special tribunal for crime aggression against Ukraine. My home country, Bulgaria, participates in the core group on establishment of the special tribunal. A significant progress in the work of the group has been achieved in the last few months. The establishment of such tribunal should have the widest possible support and legitimacy, and it should guarantee the independence and impartiality of the mechanism. Justice must be done. It must be seen being done. I believe that achieving a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine must be based on the respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It must provide for full accountability for all perpetrators of war crimes and for the settling of just and comprehensive compensation for the victims of those crimes. To this end, I strongly support further efforts to create compensation mechanism. Accountability includes reparation. I support the proposal that frozen Russian assets be repurposed for this aim, of course, with certainty, legal certainty. It's only just that Russia, the aggressor, contributes directly to the rebuilding what has been done. Dear colleagues, I believe that we will unite tonight and support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. Pablo Bakunets.
Dear Mr. President, dear rapporteur, dear members of the Assembly, I am here today because of brave Ukrainian soldiers. Our Ukrainian delegation are here because of brave Ukrainians. Ukraine army stopped the biggest aggressor in the continent last 12 years. Every day our brave soldiers are fighting. We can live, we can work, we can say truth about Russia aggressor, about Russia terrorist here because of bravely Ukrainian people. Last years, our Ukrainian army fight more better because your support is more better. Your support is very big. Thank you, every one of you. Thank your people in your countries because it's their money. Thank you for your support. Now, when we are here in Strasbourg, Ukrainian soldiers stop Russian attacks on the front line. I want to say clearly, Ukrainian army protects not only Ukraine, our army protects all Europe. And you must know that Russia knows no borders. Russia will not stop. Russia must be stopped. I want to underline, Ukraine wants peace. Our people do everything to bring peace to Ukraine and to Europe. There is only one country, one person who don't want peace. It's terrorist country. It's killer country. You know its name, it's Russia. And we together must stop it. Europe must be united. United to bring Russian military and political leaders to justice for these crimes, for this genocide in Ukraine. I mean international tribunal next month. I mean international tribunal in the nearest future. I believe in a special tribunal. I believe in the international comprehensive fund, and I believe in God. I believe in free, peaceful Ukraine, in a big, democratic Europe family. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. I give now the floor to Piero Fassino. Piero.
I will speak Italian. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. President. After 3 years of war, obviously, a call for peace is being heard on many sides, and that's only just after a war which has brought about devastation, destruction, cost lives, there have been massacres. And nonetheless, I think that we need to see very clearly in this assembly that not any old peace is a just peace. A peace which rewards the aggressor and punishes the aggressed party is not just. A just peace cannot be considered one that accepts humiliating conditions that have been imposed by Putin before negotiations can start. In particular, I would recall that Putin has already annexed, not simply occupied, the Donbass. And today he wants that simply to be recognized as a part of the Russian Federation, just as he did in 2014 with Crimea. I would recall that he requests a dismantling of the entire Ukrainian military system and is calling for conditions of limited sovereignty for Ukraine, which are unacceptable. I think that we need to be very clear on all of that. We want a just peace, and a just peace is a peace which recognizes the rights of the state which has been attacked and does not reward the aggressor. And to my way of thinking, it's a source of grave concern that the President of the United States is ready to concede to Putin anything that Putin wants, because that already risks having negotiations start on an unjust basis and create conditions in which Putin might think of continuing the war, of delaying the attempt to have an agreement and impose his conditions, being aware that the most important country on this planet is ready to accept such conditions. I think that all of this should push us even further to supporting Ukraine. And to do this well, they are being attacked in an even more atrocious and powerful way than in previous years. And to say that we're not simply fighting for a fair peace, but also the people who brought about this war and this strategy be called upon to respond to the crimes that they have committed and to be responsible for the devastation they have produced. This is the direction in which the Council of Europe should go, and I think that we need to ask all governments of member states of the Council of Europe to support the Council in this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piero. Natalia Davidovic is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, accountability for war crimes is not just a legal necessity. It is a moral imperative in the matter of regional and global security. We have all witnessed the tragedy that has been unfolding in Ukraine for 3 years now. Deliberate attacks on civilians, mass executions, torture, sexual violence, killing, and illegal deportation of Ukrainian children. these crimes cannot be dismissed as propaganda or isolated incidents. They have been systematically documented, analyzed, and corroborated by reputable international bodies, human rights organizations, and legal experts. These reports include testimonies, satellite imagery, and forensic investigations. A report by the United Nations Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has documented the unlawful killings of civilians, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, and widespread torture, which meet the legal definitions of war crimes under the Geneva Conventions. Moldova has consistently condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine and stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The Moldovan government supports all initiatives aimed at delivering justice to the victims of Russian aggression, including the establishment of a special tribunal. It is imperative that we, as members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, stand firm in the belief that impunity must not be allowed to prevail. The international community has a legal and moral obligation to ensure that those responsible for war crimes face justice. Failure to address these crimes emboldens aggressors worldwide, undermining the fundamental principles of international law and human rights. If Russian authorities are not held accountable, it will set a dangerous precedent, signaling that acts of aggression and cruelty can go unpunished. This in turn weakens the international order and fuels further violations. It is our responsibility to prevent this. Just yesterday, children were being laid to rest in Kryvyi Rih. I want their name to be heard in this hall again. Timofey, 3 years old. Radislav, 7. Arina, 7. German, 9. Mikita, 15. Alina, 15. Danilo, 15. Konstantin, 16. Nikita, 17 years old. 9 children from Kryvyi Rih who were killed by a Russian ballistic missile, and hundreds more Ukrainian children. Putin must be held accountable for their deaths.
Thank you, Natalia. Larissa Biloge. Have you inserted your badge, Larissa? Press just once and wait.
President, dear colleagues, foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Rapporteur that also initiated this report, to Julian Bulai. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you, colleagues, for your unwavering support to Ukraine. These debates are incredibly important. While Russia attack increased and are horrifying, in just the past months, over 4,000 of navigated bombs and 4,000 of Shahed drones. Russia improves its weapons, makes it more sophisticated to kill as much people as they can. Such tactics prove that Russia dictator Putin is unwilling to end the war. By now, we didn't hear anything during the so-called peace talks in Saudi Arabia about restoring international law and borders, punishing Russia for war crimes. Instead, there are talks about what Russia will come out with. Of course, let's lift sanctions on Russian gas and oil, turn on SWIFT for Russia, and Russians will send 3 times as many drones and missiles as a gratitude for this right away. Russia continues to claim that they target only military targets, attacking us each day. My children now are sitting in the bomb shelters. Actually, they go even to play. Now, my 2-year-old son goes to play there, even if there are no air alarm, because his whole entire life, he mostly spends his time in a bomb shelter. So Russia killed 9 children. and in the hometown of our president in Kryvyi Rih, and injured children when they were in school in Sumy, 19 children last week. And at the same time, when there is a minute of commemoration of these children that were killed, some demonstratively do not stand up even. And just to show the ignorance and the cynic approach to this death. And I think it's inhuman in this citadel of human rights and humanity. And still, I thank German people for support of Ukraine. And I think that some of us were not re-elected, who didn't even stand up in this minute of silence. Ukrainian delegation and our people are thankful to your vital role, to the vital role of Council of Europe in this mission, to establish the register of damage and momentum behind a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. And I really much hope we added now more claims, it's 10 already, and I really much hope that the compensation mechanism and the fund will be established and the tribunal too. So let history remember that when others thought of compromise, we chose justice. When others spoke of peace, we demanded it to be just and long-lasting. And when others looked away, you stood firm with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Christophe Lacroix.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, a member of a European family, is a flagrant violation of international law. It is a challenge to our democracies, and it is a direct attack against the values enshrined by this Council and which it has been defending for more than 70 years. The Council of Europe was set up to defend democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights, and it must now say there cannot be any peace without justice, no oblivion, no impunity for anyone who attacks anyone else. But accountability is not just before the courts. We as member states also have a political responsibility. We need to be able and to protect our peoples, institutions, and our allies. But today, Europe is far too dependent militarily, economically, and still vulnerable, faced with players who do not share our values. The current position of the United States under the presidency of Donald Trump has been a wake-up call for Europe because it has pointed out our dependency and how urgent it is for us to reinforce our strategic autonomy. The old world has been swept aside, and we're faced with an American president who threatens Ukraine, humiliates the Ukrainian president, and speaks with the aggressor, and with an American president who threatens Canada, an American president who threatens Denmark and Greenland, an American president who threatens Panama, an American president who turns his back on his historical allies and declares an economic war against them, an American president who votes against a European proposal and with Russia, Belarus, and Iran and North Korea. What can we therefore do? Are we simply going to continue to complain? No, we can do something. We can actually face the reality without forgetting our ideals. We have vital principles, and we cannot depend on unreliable allies. But our autonomy mustn't mean austerity, privatization, and social regress. We must seek to build the euro capacity to defend our principles and remain faithful to what we are. Democracies, but democracies based on principles of welfare, solidarity, and the law. We can no longer delay this argument. The war in Ukraine has revealed how vulnerable we are. The Council of Europe must be the guarantor of this combination, and we cannot just talk about human rights without being able to defend them. The war in Ukraine is a wake-up call, and let us make sure that this war becomes a decisive turning point for us. Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Mr. Carignan, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The Council of Europe and this Parliamentary Assembly have shown extraordinary leadership, asking Russia to be held responsible for its crime of aggression in Ukraine. And the damage register caused in Ukraine is an example. Obviously, the point is to register a request for indemnity and to preserve evidence. The restraint group, of which Canada is a member, finally finished its work necessary to create a special tribunal for crimes of aggression against Ukraine in the Council of Europe. As the Secretary General said, the Council of Europe is ready rapidly to set up such a special tribunal, and it's now up to the member states to show their political will. End quote. Since the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2014, let me emphasize, Canada adopted a position which is clear and based on principles. When Russia invaded Crimea, the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper led the attack to expel Canada from the Russian Federation from the G8. Canada also began imposing sanctions on individuals and institutions from Russia. More recently, we sent the Ukrainian situation to the International Criminal Court a week after the large-scale invasion, and after that we sent a team from the Royal Gendarmerie of Canada to support the inquiry into war crimes. Arrest warrants against Vladimir Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights are important progress in the process of holding Russia responsible. This said, it's no secret that the new American administration has a very different viewpoint on this war of aggression. I welcome the diplomatic efforts made by the United States in favor of a ceasefire. There cannot be a sustainable peace without justice. If Russia is authorized to annex Ukrainian territory, to kill, to torture, and to kidnap without any form of consequence, how can we pretend to be surprised when others will follow their example? My conclusion is, in Canada, as many of you know, we're right in the middle of an election campaign. And I can guarantee you that whatever the result may be, I am convinced that the position of the next government on this war of aggression will not change. Putin's regime must be held responsible. I thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you for those remarks. Ms. Menzensova has the floor.
Merci, la Présidente.
Thank you.
There is a very interesting saying, which might be a little bit contradictory for us, but I'll explain. It goes like this: the true soldier is fighting not because he hates something in front of him, but because he loves a lot what is behind him. Today, thousands and thousands of brave Ukrainian women and men do really fight for everything they love, which is behind them. Behind this assembly, there are so many millions of Ukrainians who are not fighting only on the front line, but daily saving lives, teaching children in metro schools under the ground because the bombs are rolling daily, saving lives, and continue the diplomatic fight as well, moving the economy together and moving our EU inspirations together. I think, colleagues, one day we will be very proud of ourselves because this enormous efforts which was done by each and every one of you, and I would like to thank Julian and the committee for collecting very practical examples what will happen next. We do think that it's a realistic move to establish special international tribunal for the crime of aggression already in May, after daily 3 years' work of all of us. It will be talking not about top leadership, the illegitimate, I wouldn't even call him President Putin, but around 20 other persons of top military and political leadership of the Russian Federation, the real aggressor, whom we deal with today. Temporarily relocated persons, I want to thank every member state and beyond, from not only our subcontinent, but also beyond. It's also the Canadian colleagues and others for receiving our compatriots, children, women, and not only. And the resolution calls not to stop the status, which EU might be revising. Colleagues, the register of damage, more than 20,000 claims have already been tabled. There will be many more. We're giving the way, we're paving the green light for those whose losses were not only material, that those who face sexual violence, deportations, killings, and other things. Last but not least, civilians in captivity, prisoners of war, deported, illegally deported children. All of these categories have to be back home. One approach, if it's prisoners of war, exchange all for all. Civilians have to be back home. No breach of any international conventions and Geneva Conventions by the Russian Federation. International pressure has to be there so that the sanctions should follow until the just and lasting peace is established. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention. Il nous faut maintenant interrompre l'audition.
We'll now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have not been present during this debate but haven't been able to speak their speeches may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I might remind you that typewritten texts should not be more than a certain length and no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call on the rapporteur. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, all of you, for these fantastic contributions. And I'm so happy that all of you have touched upon the most important topic of this, justice and a just peace. And I'm very happy that we've been going through supporting the Register of Damage. We're about to have done the International Tribunal, and we're working on the compensation mechanism. And now I want to turn to you, Madam Séverine Daglem. We are all here in order to tackle and to address all the sufferings in Europe and beyond, together with those who suffer, but not one against each other. Not us against those from the Middle East or those on the African continent suffering, but all together tackling and addressing and respecting all, not one against each other. That is so important to do here. That being said, yes, it's good that people understand that we should create peace, but not impose more tariffs on those who suffer more. I'm very happy that the EFTA representatives have been in Kiev these days signing this treaty. It's so important. Gustav, I totally agree with you that we should aim for justice, not revenge. And a just peace, that is the starting point of no revenge. Yes, Brico, yes, Christopher, you're right. Peace does not mean capitulation. So we should help Ukraine to fight till the just peace is achieved. And I agree with Mr. Korletsan with the ideal of extended jurisdiction in Europe and beyond when thinking of justice. Now, at the start of my intervention, I spoke about the 11 years since the war started. It is correct, but just partially right. Because first action before the fall of the Soviet Union, that was in Transnistria, that was in Moldova. Europe was saying something, but not strongly enough. And they were still around misbehaving. In 2008, that's 17 years ago, they've occupied 2 territories of Georgia, and they were still around. The people were a bit upset, but did not do enough. In 2014, the Russian MPs have been kicked out of the assembly, but not of the organization. They were still around. They were welcomed back in 2019. Why did it take us so long time to act categorically and call a war for a war, not a temporary visit to another country? This is what we should be doing ahead of us, fight for justice, and have dignity in our speeches when approaching these issues. And on behalf of all of you, I would like to wish lots of wisdom and good health to Mr. Trump, and also safe trips from Mar-a-Lago to Washington every time. But I would also like to invite him to join us in this debate and seeing the dignity of this assembly when talking about peace and justice and the fair end of this war. Thank you.
Merci pour votre...
Yes, thank you for your statement. Vice Chair, would you like to respond?
Allez.
Go ahead.
Merci, President. Colleagues, The committee adopted the draft resolution by overwhelming majority and the draft recommendation unanimously. This report is the fourth report from the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights on Russian full-scale war on aggression against Ukraine and the need to ensure accountability. We were the first to propose the idea of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression in April 2022, with a report by our former colleague Alexander Pocek. We then made further proposals on justice and accountability in reports prepared by our members Damien Cotier and Davor Ivo Stier. Some of these ideas have materialized, like the register of damage. Today, I call the Assembly to support the draft resolution and draft recommendation prepared by Julian Boulay. Congratulations, Julian, for your extraordinary report. In order to show again our political support to the accountability efforts that are being made by Ukraine, our member states, and the Council of Europe, and to say loud and clear that justice for their crimes committed by the aggressor cannot be sacrificed. Our committee will continue to work on the legal and human rights consequences of the aggression with a report that is being prepared by Eric Ross and is due for debate in June. I want to finish my speech giving the thanks and the recognition to the members of the Secretariat that have also worked hard in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Merci pour votre...
Yes, thank you for that. The general debate's now closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has submitted a draft resolution to which 5 amendments and 1 sub-amendment have been tabled, and a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. This is document 16152. I've been informed by the chairpersons of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights that amendments 3 and 4 were unanimously agreed by the committee. However, as these amendments are the subject of sub-amendments, they'll be considered individually. I was also informed by the President of the Committee that Amendment 2, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, as definitively rejected. Is that so, Mr. Ispan?
Yes.
Si personne...
If no one objects, I'll consider the amendment to be rejected. Is there an objection? If there is, we'll have to verify that the objection has the required support of 10 persons. Amendment number 2 on the draft resolution is thus rejected and will not be called. I think I'm right that Ms. Mezentseva would like to withdraw Amendment 1 in favour of an oral amendment of clarification. Is that so?
Madame la Présidente. C'est vrai, Madame.
Yes, that's true, Madam.
L'amendement...
Amendment 1 is thus withdrawn. The Chair has been informed by the following oral amendment. In the draft resolution, in the last sentence of paragraph 4, to replace the words release of all prisoners of war and unlawfully detained civilians with the following words: release of unlawfully detained civilians by the Russian Federation and mutual release and repatriation of all prisoners of war according to the formula all for all. I consider this oral amendment acceptable under the criteria of the rule. But if there's any opposition to the amendment, we could consider it. Are there any objections to our considering this oral amendment? No, insufficient number of objections. So we'll now consider the oral amendment. I give the floor to Ms. Mezentseva to support oral amendment 1. You have the floor, Madam.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
That's very simple. According to Geneva Conventions, civilians can't be taken hostage. Ukrainian side never takes civilians and hostages, but Russia does. We're talking about approach all for all in terms of prisoners of war, in exchange all for all, and to bring back civilians in captivity on the Russian side back home to Ukraine. This is a technical but also a legal important oral amendment. Please support it.
Merci pour...
Thank you for your contribution. Would anyone else like to take the floor against this oral amendment?
Personne?
Nobody. So the opinion of the committee is obviously in favour. I'll now put the oral amendment to the vote. The voting is open.
Le scrutin.
The vote is closed. I'd call for the result to be displayed.
L'amendement.
The oral amendment is carried. I think Mr. Goncharenko would like to withdraw Amendment 5 in favour of an oral conciliation amendment. Is that right?
Oui, Madame la Présidente, c'est le blanc là.
Yes, Madam, that's true.
D'accord. Dans l'amendement.
Good. In Amendment 5 is thus withdrawn. And the Chair has been informed of the following oral amendment. In the draft resolution at the end of paragraph 10 to insert the following words. The Assembly stresses that the Special Tribunal's jurisdiction should be extended to the alleged crimes of aggression committed by the so-called Belarusian leadership, as well as the military and political leadership of North Korea. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of the rule. But nonetheless, is there any opposition? It may be considered if 10 members stand up and oppose that. Are they against this?
Il n'y a pas d'autre.
No, no objections. In that case, we will consider this oral amendment. I give Mr. Goncharenko the floor to support the oral amendment. 30 seconds, please.
Dear colleagues, I think you see everything in the materials. This amendment is supported, so I just want to ask you all to support and to make this, by the way, very strong resolution a little bit stronger. And I want to thank Mr. Bulai for absolutely great job done. Thanks to you and to Secretariat who helped you. Mulțumesc.
Merci pour...
Thank you for your statement. Would anyone like to take the floor to speak against the oral amendment? No? The committee is obviously in favour. So I'll put the oral amendment to the vote. Voting is open.
Le scrutin.
Voting is closed. I'd call for the result to be displayed. The oral amendment is adopted. Amendment 3 is the subject of a sub-amendment from Ms. Mazentseva. So I give Mr. Goncharenko the floor to support Amendment 3. You have 30 seconds, sir.
Yeah, it's about register of damage. That is important thing because, as you know, the war in Ukraine has started not on February 24, 2022. The war has started in 2014 with Russian attack on Crimea and Donbas, which are from that time illegally occupied. And unfortunately, millions of Ukrainians suffered from that time. So it's very important for us to register damage from that time, not just from 2022. It's the question of justice towards these people. Thank you very much.
Merci pour...
Thank you for your statement. So we move to the sub-amendment. I give the floor to Ms. Bezentseva. You have 30 seconds, madam.
Merci, Madame le Président. Colleagues, this is a technical addition. We suggest to replace register of damage with the following: the participants and associate members of the register of damage, because we assume there will be many more than just member states, etc. Thank you very much. Please consider this. It's been stipulated in terms of legal procedures. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you for that statement. Would anyone like to take the floor to speak against the sub-amendment?
Monsieur Goncharenko.
Mr. Goncharenko, what's your opinion of this sub-amendment?
Dear colleague, Madame Miezintseva, thank you.
La commission est favorable.
So the committee is in favour. So we'll move on to the vote on the sub-amendment. So voting is open.
Le scrutin est...
Voting is closed. Can I ask for the results to be displayed? The sub-amendment is carried.
Nous en revenons maintenant.
We'll now move on to amendment number 3. Would anyone like to speak against the sub-amended amendment 3? No one. So the committee has adopted this sub-amended. So we now move on to the vote on the amendment. Voting is open.
Le scrutin.
Voting is closed. Could you please display the results?
L'amendement numéro 3.
Amendment number 3 is thus carried.
L'amendement numéro 4.
Amendment number 4 is subject to an oral sub-amendment from the committee. I give Mr. Goncharenko the floor to support amendment 4. 30 seconds.
Merci beaucoup. This is very important amendment which says about addressing to member states to impose sanctions finally on NLMK group, which is led and owned by Putin's wallet, Mr. Lysin, one of the richest people in Russia, meaning the deepest wallet of Putin, and one of the key persons in defense area because he produces steel for all Russian weapons, and he continues to work and to operate in Europe, and he doesn't have European sanctions. That is completely unacceptable, and I ask your support of this amendment. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you for your statement. The chair is informed of the following oral sub-amendment. Now, this is because of the continued, the words will be different. So I consider this oral sub-amendment to relate to confirm with the rules. However, it could be borne in mind if 10 or more members object. Are there any objections to the oral sub-amendment?
Il n'y a pas d'objection.
No, no objections. In that case, we'll consider this oral amendment. Ms. Komenko has the floor to support the oral sub-amendment.
Dear colleagues, this oral sub-amendment was moved by Mr. Nataluha during the committee meeting, and it stipulates to put the word "and others" after the word "complex." This amendment sub-amendment was supported by the rapporteur and the committee. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you for your statement. Would anyone like the floor to speak against the oral sub-amendment? Nobody. What's your opinion, Mr. Goncharenko?
I completely support both dear colleague Nataluha and dear colleague Khomenko. Thank you.
L'avis de la...
So, the committee is obviously in favour. I'll now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. Voting is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
Voting is closed. Could you please display the results? The oral sub-amendment is carried. We'll now move on to the amendment. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment 4 as sub-amended?
Personne?
No one. So the committee adopted this amendment as sub-amended. So we'll move to the vote on amendment number 4. Voting is open.
Le scrutin.
Voting is closed. Could I ask you please to display the result? Amendment 4 is carried. We now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 16152. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the need to ensure accountability and avoid impunity. Voting is open.
Le scrutin.
Voting is closed. Could you please display the results? The resolution in document 16152 is adopted.
Nous allons maintenant.
We'll now move on to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 16152. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the need to ensure accountability and avoid impunity. Might I remind you that the necessary majority to be carried is 2/3. Voting is open.
Le scrutin.
Voting is closed. Could you please display the result? The draft recommendation is adopted. Thank you.
Vous pouvez quitter la salle.
If you're not going to stay, could you please leave the room? Thank you.
Excusez-moi, si vous ne restez.
If you don't intend to stay for the debate, please could you leave the room? Thank you.
L'ordre du jour appelle.
So, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on Mr. Konstantinos Evstathios' report on behalf of the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee entitled Implementation of Judgments of the European Court of Human, documents 16134. To finish, we must finish considering this by 8 o'clock, so we must interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:50 in order to have time for the reply from the committee and to move to the vote. Rapporteur, you have 7 speaking times to present the report and 3 minutes for your reply to speakers at the end of the general debate. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friends, this is an important year. This year is the 75th anniversary of the European Convention on Human Rights. The Convention and the Court are monumental achievements in the history of our continent. Judgments of the European Court of Human Rights have led to the release of political prisoners, protections of speech, assembly, and association that are the bedrock of democratic life, the decriminalization of homosexuality, the development of fair trials, an end to impunity for torture and ill treatment on many states, laws to protect the judiciary and prosecutors from government control, measures to tackle slavery and human trafficking, and countless other achievements. Almost 80% of the court's rulings have been implemented. Overall, that means that 26,500 rulings. Each one of these implemented rulings carries a story of justice for a person whose rights were violated. Yet, despite the success, the failure by some states to remedy the underlying causes of human rights violations identified in the minority of judgments has a very negative impact in the convention system as a whole. Problems with delays at the court are closely related to issues with the implementation of the court's judgments. After the court finds a violation of the convention, states should make sure that the same problem does not happen again to other people to prevent more human rights violations. However, if states do not do that, then similar problems keep happening and the court is overloaded with cases. The good thing is that most states are implementing judgments of the court well. But for some states, a judgment of the court can lead to the applicant in a particular case getting justice, but not to the reforms needed to resolve the underlying human rights problem identified by the judgment. This means that the same human rights violations keep on happening. This report highlights those states which must do better in addressing the root cause of human rights violations, with the worst offenders listed clearly in the draft resolution. The following countries have over 40 leading judgments pending implementation: Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, the Republic of Moldova, Poland, Romania, Turkey, and Ukraine. These states must undertake urgent measures to systematically improve their implementation of the court's judgments. Türkiye, being the biggest country of the Council of Europe, has the highest number of leading cases pending implementation of any other member state, meaning it has the most underlying human rights problems that need fixing, something that have an impact to all of us. The Committee of Ministers is asking the Turkish government, pleading with it, to end this control over judges and prosecutors, to stop accusing people of terrorism who are just making political arguments, to stop locking people up simply for having encrypted messaging apps on their phones, to stop jailing politicians, human rights lawyers, and journalists who make critical points. But the Turkish government keeps going, and the problems get worse, leading to the avalanche effect. We have seen Öcalan in prison without any hope of release. We have seen the removal of a series of democratically elected mayors. We have seen the arrest of the leaders of the main Kurdish political parties, Selahattin Demirtas and Figen Yüksekdag. And a few weeks ago, we saw the arrest and imprisonment of the main presidential challenger, the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu. Colleagues, this situation has not come out of the blue. And in fact, it is inherently linked to the non-implementation of the court judgments. Let me explain why. In the cases of Osman Kavala and others, the European Court found out that the prosecution and judiciary had been used by the government to target its perceived enemies. In its supervision of the implementation of the Kavala judgment, the Committee of Ministers has said that the Turkish government has to take steps to restore the independence of the prosecution and the judiciary. But this has not happened. And now we see the end result. The refusal of the Turkish authorities to implement the court's rulings has left it able to control criminal justice and is now used this weapon to eliminate political opposition. This brings me to Osman Kavala himself. It is absolutely unacceptable that Mr. Kavala has still not been released, despite the judgment of the European Court ordering this and the second judgment under infringement proceedings, which confirmed that he must be released immediately. I will turn now to how this issue affects all member states. The key message for states in the draft resolution are that they must put in place effective mechanisms at national level to implement the court's judgments, provided, of course, that they have the political will for doing so. Meanwhile, parliaments should effectively supervise the process through a committee or subcommittee that monitors judgment implementation. The Parliamentary Assembly can support such initiatives through the creation of a network of parliamentarians to promote the implementation of European Court judgments. And this proposal is also included in the draft resolution. In the draft recommendation, the Committee of Ministers is requested to redouble its effort to promote the implementation of the Court judgments through the measures indicated by the Reykjavik Declaration. In my report, I also mention the long unimplemented judgments of the Court in interstate states, or judgments of cases emanating or caused by interstate disputes affecting too many people, proving that the implementation of judgments turns also into a tool of politics and national interest, unfortunately. Finally, friends, this is my third and final report on the implementation of court's judgments. Over the last 6 years, I have been struck by two things. The first is the eagerness for stakeholders to point out the need to implement judgments when we are talking about other countries. But when it comes to our own countries, it is a different story. I have heard both governments and the parliamentarians from a wide range of states play down the need to implement, make false claims of progress which can be easily disproved, and commit to making progress 1 year before backtracking the next. My second conclusion from this time is that the Committee of Ministers needs stronger tools to react when states do not implement judgments in the court. Article 46 proof is not enough, nor the complementary joint procedure. In this respect, the Reykjavik Declaration could have gone further.
If you could please draw to a close.
I return to what I began, which is to celebrate the 75th year of the European Convention on Human Rights. We have been passed a torch from previous generations. We must keep this torch alight by doing our part to strengthen an institution.
I could appeal to you to conclude.
So much good over the last 75 years. Thank you very much.
Merci pour... Thank you very much indeed for your presentation, Rapporteur. I now give the floor to representatives of the political groups. Jiang, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, today the decline of democracy in many states goes hand in hand with the growing erosion of confidence in the judiciary. As we assess the effectiveness of the execution of the European Court's judgments, we must remember this is not merely a matter of legal formality. It's about public trust in justice and about the future of the rule of law in our countries. In this context, it is essential to understand how the European Court's decisions actually influence the quality of justice and contribute to the strengthening of democratic institutions. Perhaps it is time for the Council of Europe to move beyond statistics and assess whether the Court's judgments are truly reshaping legal cultures and driving institutional reforms. Because strong justice systems require more than compliance, they need independence, courage, and most crucial, the trust of citizens, not of political elites. The challenges faced by my country, Armenia, are part of the broader trend, where national courts may formally acknowledge the European Court's judgment, yet fail to integrate them into everyday legal practice. As a result, we continue to witness rulings that disregard the court standards and are later overturned to Strasbourg time and again. This disconnect is not accidental. Many judges, instead of upholding the law, align their decisions with the preferences of those in power. Their departure from convention often made to avoid political confrontation. In Armenia, we are witnessing a growing number of such cases, particularly in matters of arrest and detention. Judges issue rulings that contradict the convention, relying on the fact that accountability, if it comes, may take years. Increasingly, Armenian courts are perceived not as guarantors of justice, but as instruments of domestic political agendas. There have been instances of direct public violations by the government of the independence of judiciary, which should be also perceived as a serious discredit to the Convention. Madam Chair, in conclusion, I must also draw attention to today's alarming news. Azerbaijan has announced it will not comply with the judgment of the European Court, citing the non-ratification of its PACE delegation. This is a blatant political blackmail typical of authoritarian regimes. Ilham Aliyev has already deprived tens of thousands of Armenians of their rights, held disgraceful show trials of Armenian prisoners, and now denies Azerbaijani citizens access to justice in Strasbourg. These are the results of Europe's dangerous compromises with a regime that trades gas for human rights. And now we are witnessing not only the destruction of the International Criminal Court, but real threat to start losing the European Convention-based human rights system. Thank you.
Merci pour...
Thank you, Mr. Gevorgian. Speaking on behalf of the ECPA, Madam Spataru, on behalf of the ALDE, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, come rappresentante del gruppo
As a representative of the ALDE group, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Statu for having continued with his work as rapporteur on the implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Drafting a report of such complexity, I am sure, is an approach that brings with it a number of challenges. In the 75 years of its existence, the European Court of Human Rights has shown how relevant it is, establishing a vast legal area within which every citizen has an opportunity to obtain justice following violation of his or her rights and interests, and when domestic remedies have been exhausted. This is the most tangible way of defending the three fundamental pillars, which are those of the Council of Europe, namely human rights, democracy, and the rule of law across Europe. National parliaments play a key role through dedicated committees or subcommittees, ensuring the accountability of our governments when it comes to implementing judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. It is the case also of the Romanian Senate, where already for some years now we have a standing parliamentary committee, the so-called Committee for Constitutionality, whose terms of reference are limited to exercising control over the activities of the government in this area. But the moment has come, I believe, to strengthen the role allotted to the national parliaments, as was reconfirmed at the highest level on the occasion of the fourth summit of heads of state and government of member states of the Council of Europe, a summit that took place in May 2023 in Reykjavik in Iceland. I would like to express my support for the initiatives being taken by the Assembly following the recommendations made by the Reykjavik summit to invest the President of the Parliamentary Assembly with a more significant role when it comes to supervising the execution of judgments of the court by states parties to the Convention, raising such issues at high-level meetings. I'd also express my own appreciation for the information sessions now organized for national delegations, organized by the Department for the Execution of the Court's Judgments. I also approve of the Assembly's initiative to establish a network of parliamentarians in order to implement the Court's judgments with a view to spreading examples of relevant good practice and encouraging execution of the Court's judgments at a national level. The issue of leading cases is one that I believe needs to be tackled adequately by those countries that are faced with a problem, such as Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, the Moldovan Republic, Poland, Romania, Turkey, and Ukraine. General measures such as changes to the general legislative context, where the European Court of Human Rights has felt that certain provisions are in violation of the Convention. Thank you very much for your statement, Mr. Lukaidis, on behalf of the UEL Group.
Much, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Unified European Left, I wish to express my appreciation to my compatriot, Mr. Kostis Evstathiou, for his important work and dedication in presenting the 13th report on the implementation of the European Court of Human Rights judgments. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the Convention, an extraordinary milestone for a system that has safeguarded the dignity, rights and freedoms of millions across our continent. However, the strength of the Convention is only as meaningful as its implementation. As rightly recalled in the Reykjavik Declaration and reiterated in this report, Member States have an unequivocal obligation to fully and promptly execute the Court's judgments. These judgments are not theoretical constructs. They are the final resource for victims of serious human rights violations, and their execution is essential to restoring justice, preventing recurrence, and reinforcing the rule of law. Yet implementation gaps persist. Structural deficiencies and a worrying lack of political will in certain states have led to hundreds of leading cases remaining unexecuted. 9 countries, including Turkey, have over 40 leading cases pending, many for more than 5 years. This is not merely a technical delay. It reflects a systemic resistance to democratic accountability. I must highlight, dear colleagues, the unresolved Cyprus versus Turkey interstate case as regards both the cluster of the displaced and the missing persons. The passage of time should not discount the suffering of victims or impede on Turkey's obligation to fully execute the court's judgments, including the payment of just satisfaction. Human rights cannot be optional, nor selectively applied. We therefore fully support the call for strengthened national coordination mechanisms equipped with adequate authority and resources. National parliaments must exercise robust oversight and ensure that domestic legislation aligns with the Convention. The establishment of the Execution Coordinators Network and the proposed network of parliamentarians are promising developments. Let us make them count. Failure to implement judgments damages the credibility of our institutions, undermines multilateralism, and weakens citizens' trust. We owe it to the people we represent to defend the right to justice and to ensure that when the court speaks, states listen. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. Madam Nowicka, for the Socialist Group, you have the floor.
Madam President, the report on the implementation of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, prepared by the rapporteur, Mr. Konstantinos Efstathiou, is not only very timely at the 75th anniversary of adoption of the European Convention of Human Rights, but also very informative and analytical. The Convention, in principle, has been quite a unique instrument aimed at defending human rights of individuals and communities, and moreover, aimed at contributing to legal and policy changes, improving human rights standards in the countries signatories of the Convention. Nevertheless, its implementation is still far from the ideal, what the rapporteur extensively proved in his report. While the vast majority of judgments have been implemented, the number of cases pending implementation remains very high. And it is not surprising that problems with the implementation of the court judgments are larger proportionately to authoritarian political trends and regime in the countries in question. Therefore, it is not surprising that high numbers of failure to implement convention provisions have place, among others, in Turkey, Azerbaijan, Hungary, Georgia, and also in the past in my own country, Poland, although I'm glad to inform you that recently in Poland, the implementation of judgments has speeded up and improved as a result of new democratic government which is committed to human rights. Sadly, while we are discussing here in Strasbourg problems with implementation of the court judgments, serious human rights violations are taking place every day in Europe and all over the world. violent repressions in Georgia against demonstrators following parliamentary elections of 24 raise a lot of human rights issues. The scandalous arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, alongside with over 100 politicians, journalists and business people, as well as violent repressions against peaceful protesters in the streets of Turkish cities, are serious violations of human rights. These only two examples of many others demonstrate how human rights of people and entire societies in today's difficult times are being ignored, undermined, challenged and violated. However, despite all these deficiencies, we, international community, gathered here in Strasbourg, committed to human rights as a founding pillar of the Council of Europe, we need to strengthen our efforts to defend our achievements in developing human rights mechanisms and improving their implementation at the highest possible degree. Congratulations and big thank you to our rapporteur, Konstantinos Efstathiou, for your informative and inspirational report. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl. On behalf of the EPP Group, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
We would like to thank the rapporteur for this timely and important report. The focus is very well chosen. It highlights the challenges that remain, especially in the implementation of leading cases, which reveal systemic problems. It also draws attention to essential rights, the freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, free elections, the independence of the judiciary, rights that lie at the core of our democracy. The EPP Group fully supports this report and its conclusions. Implementation matters not only for the final judgments. Interim measures, often issued in urgent situations to prevent irreparable harm, must also be respected. This is all the more important because procedures before the court can take several years. Interim measures are sometimes the only tool available to prevent irreversible violations before justice is delivered. The European Court of Human Rights is the final safeguard of the world's most advanced multilateral human rights system. That role becomes even more important today, at a time when some political leaders openly undermined rulings by independent courts, especially when those rulings concern human rights or limit executive power. This is not just a legal concern, it is a test of our democracy. Implementing the court's judgment is about more than legal compliance. It is about defending the rule of law against erosion from within. And dear colleagues, this responsibility lies not only with governments. As the report rightly points out, national legislators and also this assembly play a crucial role. We are all ambassadors of the European Convention on Human Rights. Whether we are in the majority or in opposition, or whether we are here in this assembly, we all share the duty to ensure that rights proclaimed on paper become rights respected in practice. And this, dear colleagues, is our biggest asset. In every member state, there are parliamentarians, many of us are here today, who are in the position to turn these judgments into lasting change. Let us speak with clarity, act with resolve, and stand where it matters the most, with the court and with the people whose rights it protects. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. In the debate, I call Ms. Kukcin. You have the floor.
Madam President, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Rapporteur for this report focusing on a critical challenge our institution is facing. Implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights is not about obeying to foreign powers as some might claim it to be. It is about respecting the values of this very institution and its existence. With several judgments such as Kavala, Demirtaş and Yüksekdağ cases not being implemented, I'm afraid there's another on the way. But that one is not just another violation of human rights. Instead, it is a direct attack against free and fair elections. It is a direct attack against the majority's right to nominate a candidate. It is a direct attack against not only Mr. İmamoğlu, but against all of us that believe in real democracy. Ekrem İmamoğlu is in jail not because he committed a crime, but because he won 4 elections against Erdogan, and he will win another one. 301 young people are in jail, not because they committed a crime, but because they showed great courage against systematic bans on peaceful protests. I am not going to tell what happened again, as we already had an urgent debate on that. And by the way, I would like to thank you for our colleagues' great support for the report on İmamoğlu. I am not going to tell what happened, because what matters here is not what happened, but how we react to it. If we sacrifice our principles just because we find these political actors useful for keeping the refugees out of the European borders, for their geopolitical position, if we do not make sure and remind ourselves why we have those principles, and if we consider this organization as just another network activity of governments for their pragmatic work, I'm sorry, but we will not only lose more member states, but we might also lose this historical institution. We need to accept that there is no security without democracy. What I want to hope is we discuss again, we teach ourselves again how great sacrifices were made in the past to end the wars, to create democracies from scratch, and we see how pragmatism can destroy our values. And I repeat wise words of the masses in Türkiye. There is no salvation alone, either all of us together or none of us. Kurtuluş yok tek başına, ya hep beraber ya hiçbirimiz. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. Ms. Julakian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Konstantinos, for another report on this very important topic. Dear colleagues, during the last couple of years, we have been reflecting to the importance of implementation of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, which is one of the essential problems our organization faces. So far, the European Court has delivered over 33,000 of judgments. However, as of February 2025, more than 6,800 judgments of the Court have not been implemented and are still pending before the Committee of Ministers. This means that 21% of the Court's judgments have not been implemented by the Member States, and this is a serious problem. Another crucial problem is that nearly 1,115 of the unexecuted judgments have been classified as leading cases, which require general measures to be adopted to prevent the recurrence of the human rights violation. The implementation of the interim measures is also of high importance, as they are issued by the Court only in the exceptional circumstances where there is an imminent risk of irreparable harm. For example, when a person faces a threat to their life, which means that execution of interim measures is of higher importance. However, despite this, the Committee of Ministers has a lack of power in this respect. Dear colleagues, I would like to remind all of us that one of the conditions for membership for Council of Europe is the respect for human rights. And the ECHR is the only abiding mechanism which is supposed to guarantee the respect for human rights. And this isn't optional. It's a fundamental commitment made when joining the convention system. But what we see today is that the president of Azerbaijan, one of our member states, Ilham Aliyev, during an international forum titled "Towards a New World Order," declares that Azerbaijan will not comply with the European Court of Human Rights rulings due to the suspension of its base delegation credentials. Is it acceptable for us? Colleagues, not implemented judgments undermine the authority and functioning of the convention system. This is why we must reaffirm the binding natures of judgments of the Court, further reinforce the execution of judgments by enhancing the means at our disposal in cases of non-compliance. We cannot ignore the shameful statistics of the unexecuted judgments. And when I say shameful, I mean it for this Council because it shows that this organization should have taken proper actions in either introducing new mechanisms for enforcement or by thinking about sanctions in regard of the member states which make zero effort to comply with the conditions of membership. In this case, the respect for human rights. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yordanov, you have the floor.
Veuillez insérer votre carte, appuyez sur le bouton.
If you can put your badge in the corresponding slot and press the button once.
Ladies and gentlemen,
C'est bien.
yes, ladies and gentlemen, today we're discussing the report of the European Court of Human Rights. In this report, Bulgaria is cited as a negative example because it refuses to register the separatist organization Omul Linden. Ladies and gentlemen, we are left with the impression that the European Court of Human Rights is exceeding its powers and interfering in the internal affairs in the sovereign state. It is unacceptable for us that the European Court of Human Rights supports separatist organization. Can't you see the negative effect of separatism inspired in external forces currently in Europe? The European Court of Human Rights should focus for the horrific examples of human rights violations in the state of North Macedonia, where there are documented cases of beating just because they identify themselves as Bulgarians and shooting at Bulgarian cultural centers. This is that the European Court of Human Rights should be dealing with. Let me be very clear. There is no Macedonian minority in Bulgaria, and there never has been. If you leave aside of ideology and believe only in facts, when until the middle of the 20th century, there was neither a Macedonian state nor a Macedonian people. Macedonia is a geographical concept. I was born in the geographical region of Trachea, but I am not a Trachean. I am Bulgarian. Now, of course, there is a state called the Republic of North Macedonia. It is a multinational state. Bulgaria is not a multinational state, and we will never support separatism, not only in our country, but also in other European countries. Thank you for your attention.
Merci pour votre.
Thank you. Mr. Buix, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you, Madam. Dear colleagues, 2025 marks the 75th anniversary of the European Convention safeguarding human rights and fundamental freedoms. In the light of news which reach us from the broader world, it's never been so needed ever before. It's the cornerstone, it's our honor, we Europeans who must be consistent at a moment when the historic cycle opened after the horrors of the Second World War, which seems now to be at an end. Article 46 of the European Convention of Human Rights is very clear. The high contracting parties commit themselves to complying with the definitive judgments of the court in which and to the disputes to which they are party. Apart from the commitment of the parties, the system of the Convention is equipped with mechanisms for monitoring compliance with its provisions. Yet we should say enforcement of the judgments continues to be insufficient. Indeed, the resolution reflects the number of pending judgments before the Committee of Ministers, 3,916 in 2024. After the exclusion of Russia, it's Ukraine, Romania, Turkey, Azerbaijan and Hungary, which account for the greatest number of unenforced judgments of the court. Numerous of these countries are going through war. It seems clear that they must face up to serious structural and complex problems to apply the judgments. But it's not always the case, and all too often the failure to implement judgments is a reflection of political will or even a reticence to apply the principles to which they have subscribed. And the global trend is not moving towards greater rule of law or application of rulings. No country seems to be spared this, given spared an ever faster preemptive behavior accelerated by Donald Trump as President of the United States. Others who still believe in democratic values and human rights appear to be stunned, not knowing how else to oppose this global tsunami, which leaves us to the precipice. I would warn us here, following others, against this temptation to oppose sovereignty, in particular judicial sovereignty, and with respect to fundamental principles which structure our continent. No, the European Court of Human Rights does not interfere in internal affairs of states. It only has to do with this in a tiny part of the cases. The judge of the ECHR is above all a national judge, and it's up to him or her to apply the principles which we all share. The ECHR is subsidiary justice. It is involved as a final recourse and respects the political and legal traditions of each state represented here. Complying with the judgments and decisions of the ECHR is a safeguard for us all. We cannot leave national courts alone, faced with governments which are becoming more and more intransigent throughout the world. We must hold up in spite of headwinds. This resolution is very important. We must come back to it on a regular basis. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much. Madam Bayer, you have the floor.
Courts are not made to interfere in sovereign states. International courts are made for restoring justice in sovereign states, just to make it clear what they are made for. Aber lassen Sie mich
But let me speak to the report and the core of the matter. The European Court of Human Rights is the core, a very important core in terms of the Council of Europe, and a core is only as hard as is the effective execution of the court's judgments. In the Committee on the Election of Judges to the Court, we take very seriously the quality of judges, and we are keen to ensure that only the best judges are put forward, and that they are therefore in a position to hand down clear rulings, clear judgments. And I think that has a major impact on how then these judgments are executed at national level. So it's the quality of the work that is important, because ultimately it is the highest level of protection in terms of the human rights of some 700 million people in Europe. The court is the court of last instance when they seek remedy for the violation of their rights. Hence, it's the importance of ensuring that the court functions effectively. It is therefore totally unacceptable that judgments, and leading judgments in particular, are not being executed year after year. And I mentioned in that context the Kavala case, Kavala versus Türkiye, where there are two judgments that have been handed down by the court calling on Türkiye to release Mr. Kavala. And there is an infringement proceedings have been instituted according to Article 46, Para 2. And but still no progress has been made. I think one more political prisoner in Turkey is a step nearer the complementary joint procedure, and I think that needs to be said quite clearly in order to get the message across and for the consequences to be drawn of that. I'm therefore most grateful to the rapporteur to have talked in such tangible way about the role to be played by the national parliaments. And I must say that I have been a member of the Human Rights Committee in the National Parliament for some 22 years. And in that time, we have not talked about the sort of execution of judgments of the court. So I think that's homework certainly for me to take back to Ostra Kostis. I think we need to take up or follow these issues. I think also the importance of a network has been recalled in the report, or a network of national parliamentarians who can coordinate their efforts when it comes to executing judgments handed down by the court that concern them. I think we need, therefore, better exchange. We need to strengthen our judicial systems, and I think we need to emphasize the importance of faith in our judicial systems. That will have an impact on execution. Thank you. Mrs. Sacheva, you have the floor.
Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentary scrutiny by the Assembly of the implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights has to be admired. This gives the opportunity of parliamentarians to be aware about the main problems of functioning of the legal system in their particular country and in European scale as well. I shall focus my intervention on Bulgarian case. Since a decision of a National Assembly of Bulgaria from 2012, each year the Council of Ministers submits an annual report on the implementation of the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights on cases against the Republic of Bulgaria. This report is discussed and approved by voting in the Assembly. Unfortunately, due to political turbulences, and in the last 4 years, a number of consecutive early parliamentarian elections and a number of caretaker governments, the work on this procedure has been delayed. Current political government and the parliament work sustainably to compensate the delay. However, it should be noted that since 2022, the number of applications against Bulgaria in the European Court of Human Rights decreased significantly, and the judgments of the court against Bulgaria are 2 times less than during the period before. As a party to all major universal and regional legally binding documents on human rights, Bulgaria applies the highest international standards in this field. Our country fully complies with our international obligations, ensuring a comprehensive and well-functioning system for protecting human rights. This is essential to respect the letter and the spirit of the founding documents of the Council of Europe, the Statute and the European Convention on Human Rights. Any arbitrary interpretation or application beyond the original intent threatens the effective functioning of the entire system of the Council of Europe. For example, the statements regarding the group of cases Omui Linden and others versus Bulgaria in the explanatory memorandum attached to the report do not reflect the objective reality. Bulgaria has executed all necessary individual and general measures regarding these judgments, and the Constitution of Bulgaria and the relevant laws guarantee the freedom of association of all Bulgarian citizens without discrimination. In conclusion, I dare to believe that the implementation of both the individual and general measures required with regard to the ground of cases mentioned in the report has created the necessary conditions for the supervision by the Committee of Ministers to successfully be concluded. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. Madam Gören-Bölük, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the judgments handed down by the Court of the expression of the will of United Europe that seeks to guarantee human dignity, freedom and equality for all citizens irrespective of their nationality, origin or beliefs. But at the same time, discriminatory approaches and double standards between member states undermine the credibility of the Council of Europe, concentrating on 1 or 2 issues only and overwhelming selectively 1 or 2 countries whilst turning a blind eye to other problems is an approach that's detrimental to this Assembly. I'd like to stress the following point because the percentages are important. The average rate of implementation of rulings of the court by member states is 79%. That rate is 90% in Türkiye. So that level or rate of implementation is higher than that of a number of countries in Europe. We believe that approaches calling into question our commitment to the rule of law should be reassessed in the light of those concrete facts. Whilst criticising the independence of the judiciary in Türkiye, we find that attempts are being made to politicise trials underway on the subject of the Kavala affair, also mentioned in the report. National judicial proceedings are still pending as far as that case is concerned. Another example concerns that of minorities living in Thrace, the western part of Greece, that facing discrimination and violation of their fundamental rights. In a number of cases, the court has handed down rulings revealing discriminating practices versus such minorities, access to language, culture, education, freedom of expression. These rulings have an direct impact on the lives of thousands of European citizens. Non-respect of these rulings only exacerbate social tensions and impede progress towards more inclusive societies. However, it's important to stress that there's no point in pointing an accusing finger at certain countries rather than castigating. What we need to do is adopt a constructive approach based on solidarity. It's only working together that we can advance We need to play a role of support, encouragement, dialogue, and provide our assistance, not imposing solutions, but offering solutions.
Monsieur Sanchez,
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I should set out here that the European Court of Human Rights is without doubt the most important body of the Council of Europe. But that does not mean that neither this Assembly nor the Court nor the Committee of Ministers or any other, or no one, can do something that the Convention itself does not provide for. That's to say that the judgments of the Court do not allow for a partisan enforcement. Now, when we think about the Council of Europe, when these things were set up, there wasn't such a possibility of an enforced implementation, because this organization is not a supranational body of integration like the EU. It doesn't have its own will. All it has is the will of the member states, which are part of it. No more than that. So something's being claimed here which is not foreseen in the Convention, and which is not what states parties to the Convention wants, because states parties to the Convention have already agreed on that. They're not going to agree on any more. It's obvious. So complying with the judgments of the Court must have consequences, but those proper to an international organization. If a state does not comply with the judgments from the Court, and that warrants the expulsion of that state, well, it should be thrown out of the Council of Europe. And at the same time, a state which is told that it's not complying with this can temporarily leave the Council. Now, that's the legally acceptable way of dealing with this. Anything else is illusory to think or to believe that other states, that we can believe in other ways towards member states. And think about other countries, I believe by mistake, such as Spain, have foreseen that when it comes to human rights, they needed to adapt their own national legislation, because in 2015, the Popular Party under Rajoy introduced other things which under 5 bis makes it possible, from the basis of a judgment of the Court, to review sentences handed down in Spain. But that's an anomaly in our law. It's a question of political will, because the government wanted to go beyond what the Convention demands. We are against something of this nature, inter alia, because there's a difference in the criteria, a huge difference between, in some areas that is, between what's been solved by the Spanish Constitutional Court or the ECHR. Also thinking about compliance of sentences of terrorism, or we're thinking about calumny against the head of state. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kostadinowska. You have the floor.
Respected Madam President, dear colleagues, allow me to first congratulate the rapporteur, Mr. Esfantino, for this report on the importance of the implementation of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. There are many improvements that the execution of judgments have brought to member states. In 2024, the most recent annual report of the supervision of the execution of judgments and decisions of the European Court of Human Rights says that almost 4,000 judgments concerning member states are in pending execution. Bulgaria is one of them, and of one of the 10 states that have not executed 164 judgments, out of which 89 are classified as leading cases. For 18 years, Bulgaria has failed to execute the one and the same verdict to allow registration of organizations with goal to recognize the Macedonian minority in Bulgaria. And it's still an issue that the registration agency and the Bulgarian courts failed to comply. Bulgaria is a member state since 2007, which is 18 years, the exact time that they do not execute the judgments. Even in the latest communication to the Committee of Ministers from the beginning of this year, instead of giving a probable explanation as to why they are still reluctant to give people their own right, they issued a political pamphlet blaming the organizations and defaming individuals. A number of Macedonian organizations sought registration under the Non-Profit Legal Entities Act. None of them received registration. The registration agency and the court issued refusals on arbitrary grounds, distorting the requirements of the law with reasons that were used for refusal only of Macedonian associations. A large part of the reasons relate to alleged formal inconsistencies of their statutes with the requirements of the law, although there were some based on the non-acceptance of the goals of the associations. The Plovdiv Court of Appeal declared the requirement to specify the exact time and exact address where the founding assembly took place as unlawful, because there is no such requirement in the law. The registration agency has registered other non-profit organizations without asking them to specify in the minutes of their founding assemblies the exact time and exact address where the founding assembly took place. On October 29, 2024, the Society of Repressed Macedonians made another attempt to register. It filed a new application using the statute of a recently registered association, the Boxing Club Nibo, and changed only the goals. However, 2 days later, the request was rejected by the registration agency. According to that, the minutes of the founding assembly did not include the exact time and the exact address of the meeting, which was not included in the Boxing Club minutes later. To cut the long story short, this member state that fails for 18 years to execute judgments that give people the basic human rights is imposing illogical requests to candidate country. We as Assembly have to make sure that this will no longer be the case. We have to put an end to the outdated talks of some of the colleagues present here.
If you could conclude, please.
Dialogue has long been dead, and this is the 21st century.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you. Baroness Chakrabarti, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, colleagues, even from the privileged vantage point of this beautiful assembly, I see the Court of Human Rights as the jewel in the crown of the Council of Europe. But I'm a lifelong human rights lawyer and internationalist. I appreciate that to those of a more nationalist and law-sceptic persuasion, the apex court of our continent may look a little less attractive. To them, I offer the suggestion that it's through visible, accessible and effective justice that we best attempt to maintain peace, and that in addition to protecting 700 million people from oppression, human rights, as an essential component to the rule of law, preserve conditions that distinguish our precious and fragile democracies from tyranny. As an international court, the Court of Human Rights is a constant practical and jurisprudential dialogue with both national courts and governments across our territories and even beyond them. Unlike so many esteemed colleagues here today, I've never served as a government minister, but I was a UK government lawyer in the 1990s, and I've seen the sometimes irritation and occasional hostility with which politicians across the left-right spectrum greet court judgments that go against them. A former UK Prime Minister once caught public attention and even arguably stoked populist Euroscepticism by complaining that he felt physically sick on having lost a case in the Strasbourg court. From a rule of law perspective, I say it's dangerous for the captain of a team to clobber the referee. From a political perspective, the gentleman in question played an own goal, as he later led and lost the Remain campaign that preceded our leaving the European Union. I commend the report to those who aren't chatting over there, and its detailed consideration of the continuing problem of non- or delayed implementation of judgments by some states. But undermining rhetoric may be just as dangerous to the system and values which bind us together. So, colleagues, in addition to the procedural recommendations in this fine report, may I suggest that we should champion the court, even and perhaps especially when we disagree with it. It's not designed to make us comfortable. It was built to keep us free.
Merci pour votre intervention. Thank you very much. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted, and text should not exceed 400 words. I call the committee for reply rapporteur.
Oui, vous avez la parole. Merci.
You have the floor, rapporteur.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish to thank all the interventions. And what comes out from the interventions is that it is obvious that we need stronger political will. Governments must treat judgments as opportunities to improve, to reform, and to progress. The second is that national parliaments need to play a more active role in overseeing implementation. Transparency and accountability and civil society participation are crucial. The third is we must strengthen the tools at the disposal of the Council of Europe and the Committee of Ministers to hold states accountable consistently and firmly, introducing penalties or sanction measures for countries that are not implementing in unequivocal and unconditional implementation of court judgments. Azerbaijan's later statement, unfortunately 2 or 3 hours ago, reveals, unfortunately, the situation where the implementation of judgment turns into a political tool totally strange to human rights, rule of law, democracy, and dignity. Before concluding, I want to thank the magic team of Legal Secretariat, Mr. Cano Palomares, Stafford, and Ms. Sokol, all the staff, and of course the Legal Committee, and Mr. Gunther Schirmer for the excellent job and assistance I had from them. Dear colleagues, both the court and we must never forget that we deal with people's individuals' rights and lives. Yorgos Seferis was a great Greek poet and Nobel Prize winner. Among the poems he wrote, one is special to me at least. There is one verse in which the poet says that the nightingales singing do not let you sleep at night in Platres. Platres is a picturesque mountain village in Olympus Mountain in Cyprus. This verse has inspired me for the poem I wrote, which I will now read to you for the first time, very first time, in Greek, but there is a translation. Όχι.
No, it's not the nightingales singing, nor the dogs howling which disrupts the sleep. It is the unliberty, it is the oppression of the silent, it is the agony and the drowning cry of the wronged.
Calm night's sleep. Let us not tolerate any wrongdoing to any single human being. Let us not allow any form of injustice to go on. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much. Does the Vice Chairperson of the committee wish to speak? Mr. Pablo Ispan?
Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Chair. Je vais soigner. Colleagues, a huge amount of work has gone into this report. My friend Mr. Statiou has tell us a poem, perhaps another poem of a Greek poet, Kavafis, could set also in this work, Ithaca. It has been a long journey, and I think he has enjoyed in the journey, as Kavafis stated in the poem. In his journey, Mr. Statue, including fact-finding visits to 2 states, 3 hearings focused on particular countries, and a wide range of bilateral meetings carried out by the rapporteur. The committee adopted the draft resolution by overwhelming majority and the draft recommendation unanimously. This report is the 12th from the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the implementation of the Court's judgments. The committee is absolutely adamant that the urgent steps are needed to implement the ruling of Strasbourg Court. But it is not just the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights that can act on this issue. The Reykjavik Declaration is clear. Parliamentarians must get more involved in the implementation of the Court's judgments. This is why the draft resolution proposed the creation of a parliamentary network for the implementation of the European Court of Human Rights judgments open to members of other committees. Members of the Assembly can also learn more about the implementation of the European Court of Human Rights judgment in their own country through briefings to national delegations carried out by the Department of the Execution of the Judgments of the Council of Europe. I encourage you all to attend these briefings when they are organized to your state. We can all play a role in ensuring judgments of the court are implemented in a timely and effective way. I want also say thank you for all of the tremendous work of the members of the Secretariat at the Legal Affairs Committee and also Mr. Gunther Schimmer. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much. The general debate is now closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution to which 1 amendment has been tabled, and a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. That is document 16134. We'll begin by considering the draft resolution. I have been informed by the chair that Amendment 1 has been rejected by committee with a 2/3 majority of votes cast. Is that the case, Mr. Hispan?
Si personne ne s'y oppose.
If no one objects, I will consider the amendment to be rejected definitively. Is there an objection? If there is no objection, I do apologize, says the President. There is no objection. Amendment 1 to the draft resolution is therefore rejected and will not be called. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16134. A simple majority is required. The vote is open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I ask the result to be displayed. The draft resolution is therefore carried. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 16134. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open.
Le scrutin est clos.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft recommendation is therefore adopted. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Good evening.